Hello. I definitely wasn't choking on air. Welcome to a game I know little about. I know bits and pieces. I know we're gonna run into more wizards, different types of magic, and that we are a Navy SEER. That's about it though. Tenshi, hello! Congratulations on first. Welcome in, and I hope you're looking forward to a good weekend. Many magical things may be happening today. We'll see. I was expecting it to be like an intro thing. Well, we'll leave them disabled for the time being. But yes, Fridays, before we move on to another thing that's pretty large and in-depth, I wanted to touch on? No, I wanted to play through Tactical Breach Wizards. Because, yeah, I remember seeing gameplay for this, I think during a Steam Next Fest, going, yes, that looks pretty cool. Wait, what do you mean you can rewind the turns and you basically get to solve puzzles? Ooh. So, here we are. We're just gonna jump to it. By default. We've got nothing to prove with this. Give me one quick moment while I re-enable everything. I guess this is going to be our little tutorial. I sound a bit off, it's because I think I'm coming in with another cold, which I really don't want to be doing. But it's not like I have a choice. Okay. I get that we have, like, an AR-15 that's been magically converted into a staff. I don't quite get what I'm looking at over here. Is that a wand with a suppressor on it? And I guess with Zan. Softwood silenced Maca 10s. Ooh. Good big dialogue. If you're losing your touch, sure, I'll pick up the slack. I also like these low poly birds over here, they're great. Okay. So, moving around is a bit like turn-based. Move that to complete an objective. 3-volt burst. And then just shoot the guy. Oh, interesting. Enemies have a readout as to what they're going to do. So, my understanding is the premise for why we can predict things is because our wizard skill is literally divining the future, hence, I guess, literally whoever that was saying foretell. Salamine, hello, welcome in. Give you a quick shout out. Still playing your way through Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Are you, like, near the end of that now? Because you've been at that for basically a month. And I know it's like, you know, open world RPG, but like, surely you're near the end by now. Let's see. 3 arcane bolts. I assume it's 1 damage per knockback. If they hit a wall, remaining knockback is taken as damage. Knockback ignores armor. Okay. Or maybe it is 1 damage, and then we're going to do another one because there's a thing here. Yep, we just pushed him out the boat. I see. Okay. Find your use laptop ability on the... Well, I would do, but the controls thing is kind of in the way. Go away. Use a laptop to gain mana? It wants me to be done, but I can also just leave. Okay, you'll live. Cinnamine says, indeed, they might start Abe's Odyssey on Monday. They got an achievement last time stating they completed most of the game's content, but they're doing pretty much everything including the DLC. Abe's Odyssey is a pretty fun game. I assume you're playing, like, the original PC port. Because, what is it? There's Abe's Odyssey, but then there's, like, Abe New and Tasty. Or Abe's Odyssey New and Tasty. Which is, like, a complete remake of the original into a, what is it, like 2.5D kind of deal. And then there's another one called Soulstorm, which is a sequel that kind of remakes Exodus. Someone says they also have to admit that some of the characters could do with getting more to the point in Kingdom Come Deliverance. But they'll be playing with an emulator. They're going to try to do 100% Madokans. The closest I've ever got, I think, was 92. Because I think the maximum was 99. And there was like one or... Maybe it wasn't 92, maybe it was 82. There was like one or two secret areas that I didn't find near the end. Or maybe I didn't find them when I went to either the Scarabaland or the what's called the Parasect. One of the two. But I loved it as a kid. Very fun game, especially the way you just like possess the slags and make them do things. Reading a druid mafia. Okay. You don't care about who we're extracting? We're looking for a young guy. We can ask him if he likes long walk on the beach. After we stop the shrub, that's definitely got to be some sort of insult. But you're fine with using force in the Madillan waters? Cinnamon says, Soulstorm is actually the next installment in Abe's quintology. Apparently Abe's Odyssey and Soulstorm are actual canon parts of the story and everything else is spin-off and extra stories. Yes and no. So Abe's Odyssey and Abe's Exodus are the original two. And then there's Munch's Odyssey, which then follows on from Exodus. The only spin-off that doesn't really matter too much is Stranger's Wrath, because that reveals itself to... spoilers. It reveals itself to eventually be a prequel to the whole Abe's series. For reasons I'm not going to explain, because I'm not going to spoil why it is a prequel, but it is. Then, around, like, the mid-2010s, I can't remember if it was the original developers or what, but someone got the license to Abe, and they went ahead and did a complete revamp of the original game in, I think, Unity. Which I think has a DLC, but I can't remember off the top of my head. And then because of how well New and Tasty sold, they went ahead and did Soulstorm, which is in the same way that New and Tasty is a revamp of the original, Soulstorm is a revamp of Exodus. Except they expanded a few different areas and added more of like a through line for the story that is implied to be there in some places in Exodus, but it, like, what's one thing I can mention without spoiling it? The aftermath of Rapture Farms has something of an impact on the remaining. I can't remember the name of the evil guys, but they're the ones who run the corporations. Moodocs? I think it's Moodocs. They have something of like a conspiracy theory that they have, but it doesn't really go anywhere. Soulstorm, however, sort of really expands the idea that they think that Rupture Farms was an inside job, and that they should kind of be worried here, because what if it causes more problems, and then it spirals from there? Move that on. An Elder Shrub Lord. That... Yep, that's 2. Cwningen says that Abe's Exodus basically came from the popularity of the first one, and publishers want to get a new one out before Christmas. But introduced the Soulstorm Brewery and Mines, which I assume are a huge part of Soulstorm. It does more than that. Exodus does a lot more than just the Soulstorm Brewery. And I can't elaborate without spoilers. Somewhat significant spoilers, too, because of how it follows on from Abe's Odyssey. But it's a good series, regardless. There are definitely merits to playing original versus, I'm going to call it reimagining. But you'll have fun either way. Someone also said Gluckens. Sounds about right. I know Madokan is the... I think I know why I know the word Moodoc. Shoot the enemy you can't take cover from. Well, yeah, because it throws them out the window. And then I assume it's take cover. So it kills line of sight completely. Okay. Cwningen says Moloch and the Glucken. Have you played Stranger's Wrath? Because if you've not played Stranger's Wrath, I don't think I can elaborate as to why I think the word Moodoc is what I think it is. Cwningen also says that the Lord Lanning guy was saying how Exodus wasn't supposed to be part of the series originally. They may have misremembered what he said exactly. Basically ignore anything anyone's ever said about the series, because the games are pretty blatant in what they want and what they are. Like, Odyssey follows into Exodus, and then New and Tasty is a reboot, reimagining of the first game. So it doesn't really, it literally cannot follow on from the other two, because of what happens in Exodus. So it has to be its own thing. And then Soulstorm is a follow-on to that one. Kind of in the same way as Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 are now in a different canon to Resident Evil 1 HD, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, and that the newer Capcom games follow on from the remake series as opposed to the original series, which is confusing. Cwningen also says that when you played Odyssey and Exodus, then don't worry too much about what a Moodoc is. If it's what I think it is, and remember it being. I'm gonna... Apparently you open the security door? There doesn't seem to be an easy way to... I guess I just shoot me, just pops into the wall. Got it. Cinema asks if Soulstorm is essentially just New and Tasty to Exodus. Yes and no. In the same way as, like... God, it is so difficult to explain this without spoiling how much different Soulstorm is to Exodus. But... oh, how do we put this? Oh, okay, I've got an example. So, in the same way that Final Fantasy VII Remake is a greatly expanded, and we've done everything we could possibly think of, take on the first disc of Final Fantasy VII, Soulstorm is that for Exodus, because of them expanding, as I say, different ideas they've had, and new storylines, and new areas, I believe, and things that just weren't there in the original, because New and Tasty kind of, sort of, does things. Someone says I just have to play it. Yeah, you will. Because it's not easy to do one-to-one comparison outside of the general framing of Exodus comes after Odyssey, New and Tasty, and then Soulstorm comes after New and Tasty. And they're kind of set around the same areas, but the newer games do a lot more with things. A Great Oak in a giddy suit. I was going to ask, why is the Great Oak in a giddy suit? Maybe they want to be mistaken for a sniper. What if I want to move to here and shoot that guy through? Okay, so it's that's fine. Team moves and shoots can freely rewind even. Enemies attack. If none have valid plans, we skip this phase. Can't take further actions. We can still rewind. The enemy makes the move and makes new plans. They do not attack yet. You cannot. Okay. Attack the Shrub Lord. Okay. I like that. See, we can see what's going to happen, we can then change it, and then just roll. We take the hits. Do we accept the outcome, end the turn to progress, or rewind to change something? So we get to do our thing, see how it pans out, change it if we don't like it. Oh, I'm going to love this. Someone says they yearn for the shitty pixelated sprites and cool backgrounds on pure 2D, but maybe they're just being a grumpy old man. They just love them so much, no matter how the originals looked. They loved so much how the originals looked. Did you ever play a game called Heart of Darkness? That was a really fun, kind of short, kind of brutally difficult, but it's a really fun PlayStation 1 game. That also has the pre-rendered background, and then 2D moving around, and you also have puzzles and different things. Someone says, no, they haven't, but if it's even a similar art style, have a look at it, though. It's probably worth checking out. I think you'll like it. As I say, it's kind of short. It is brutal with how difficult it can be, but I like, really enjoyed it as a kid. Can only move infinitely fast. So I guess her ability is to stop time? Or, like, move, I guess, just quick. Stopping time, I guess you could say you move infinitely fast. Chronomancer. Yeah, there we go. Cinnamon says this is like parallel universe siege simulator. It's just like our guy's magical ability is to literally predict the future, so he uses his ability to see what happens and then we go off it. It's Doctor Strange with the Eye of Agamotto. I have foreseen 14,300,000 whatever that was outcomes. Okay. We only have time to deal with one threat. Try saving Liv and see if they shoot the hostage. Try saving the hostage, see if Liv can save herself. Probably not. Someone says they wonder if the Peep Show writers were fans. There's a scene where they describe a house party as the Heart of Darkness. The term Heart of Darkness is a very popular one for a lot of literature. I think it's been used for Apocalypse Now. Let's try saving Liv. Okay, so they do shoot the hostage. I can only save one of them, can't I? The hostage must survive. And it looks like we got two coming in through a door. Gonna take one of you guys out before we dip. Bye. Oh, I actually get to see how many missions there are. DSR. Cinnamon says fighting through the title sequence seems pretty damn cool. Hey dog, we heard you like games, so we put game theory in your game. The main thing that caught me about this was when I say the I think it was Steam Next Fest. There was a trailer that was shown. I didn't play the demo. I looked and went, oh yeah, this seems pretty cool. And then the way you could like chain things up very much reminded me of a game series that, again, I don't know a lot of people played, called Kagero, which I think is also known by the name Deception, depending on which region you're in. And in that game, the idea is that you set up traps that feed into traps that feed into traps, and you basically Rube Goldberg or Mousetrap your way into killing people. And it's... The little bit I saw of the trailer was like, eventually we will be able to set up actions that feed into actions to deal with problems. I'm like, ooh, really? So let me get this straight. A notorious druid mafia enforcer gets shot by a doctor, and the first person on the scene just happens to be the meddling witch cop, which every cop loves to hate. Jen Kellen. Being near to locations is my passion. What's going to take you to stop inserting yourself into every missing person's case we investigate? I mean, you could try finding the people. I'm sorry if solid police work sometimes takes a little longer than your witch's tricks, but we have procedures for a reason. People don't hire me when you're slow, they hire me when you've given up. Yeah, stick it to the police force. I mean, that's just some regular guy in a police uniform. You're clearly blinged out with, like, endgame magic tech. From what I hear, people don't hire you much at all these days. Yeah, some of my clients may have a cash flow problem. Might be like Dresden Files. Oh my god, the Dresden Files. That's going to be a fun one to think about when we play through this. Alright, so you can hear a shot, you burst in with these breaching glyphs, and you find Wexler already dead. Describe the shooter. White-haired woman, good-looking, smartly dressed except for the surgical gloves. And a gun. No, she put the gun down. And you went for it even with all your spells and trinkets. I try not to throw lightning at unarmed strangers, so her thing is lightning then, I'm guessing. I just realized she has a wand. Like a typical, I'm gonna pull a rabbit out of a hat, magician's wand in her witch's hat. I like her design, just in general. Like, obviously, I get drawn to the big glowing knife. She's got a little, like, grimoire on her side. And, I'm not sure what this is at the back here. But that is, I like that a lot. And what happened? She got there first. I'm dead now. Kellen. I got to it first. She seemed to reevaluate her situation at that point. She ran. And then you guys show up with the fucking traffic. What the what? Sorry, hold on. You become a warlock. And you decide that you're... Ah, yes, my calling on life is to direct traffic. What's your problem with Sergeant Clark? He made me kneel even though I'd already dropped the gun. He picked it up without gloves. He tracked me out all over the scene. And he put a 2-week stasis curse on my car. Okay, I can kind of see the appeal for being a warlock that deals with traffic. It's going to cost me more than that to get that disenchanted than I paid for this whole job. Well, lucky if you were backed up, and it's not worth the time to prosecute you for any of this. Prosecute me? But the next time you call us, stay put, stay out, and leave your wand at home. Well, can you unhex my car? Not insured for temporal curses. I'll just get it with craft and arcana control. Did you get her anyway? They have someone matching the description. And we're not allowed to talk to them. Can you talk to the prime suspect in a murder investigation? No, Kellen, you can't. You're a PI. Provisional PI. Get out of here. Wow, really is like Dresden Files. Did you know your station is on fire? No, I think he's about to find out. It's too late to stop me, but yeah. No, we're not Zanveska the Navy Seer. We're Jen. You'd think if you'd raided a place and set fire to it that you'd know who was inside the building. But we do know who Zan is. Don't think so, I haven't seen him in years. Prepare to burn. No, thank you. What do we got? 2 knockback? Well, that's just as easy as... Less lethal pyromancer. Oh. Hadn't even realized this. I just went, oh yeah, we'll just go over here and bop him out the window. Defenestrate the pyromancer. We did that. He is the traffic warlock's problem now. Let's see if there's anything else here I need to do. Sunrise says, at least I'm not a PCSO. Clean and efficient. Perfect. And as well as that also got rid of him. I have a funny feeling.
As stealthy as 2 skeletons fucking in a trash can.
I have a funny feeling that a lot of the combat in this game is going to be a case of how do I quickly remove someone as opposed to kill them. But Cass, welcome in. I know you played Deadlock earlier. Give you a quick shout out. Oh hey Zan. Being held at literal Glock point. Wait, hold on. His rifle could just float in the air? I mean, he is a wizard. We're here to solve a murder. What about you? You're being arrested for a list of things. They think you're part of the raid. No one cares. Chain a bolt through multiple targets, knocking each in a different direction. So I'm gonna guess this, what is it, 2 knockback? Yeah, that way, and then zap that boy. What? 2. Oh, or Zan just executes. Cass says, they're here, they ate some delicious pizza. Ooh, what was on the pizza? Cass also asked if they're set in England. No, we're in the Americas right now. I don't know which one, but we're somewhere in America. Cass says, because those look like England PD uniforms. Pass. I don't know enough about international police force to be able to say the uniform. Oh, click here, not there. The weird world map, I think, showed us being in Maine, I think? One of those guys kind of had it coming, and the others didn't know him, but they'll be fine. They cast slowfall wards on the windows. Oh, so that means that the not necromancer, pyromancer is he didn't just go splat on the tarmac. Done. How have you been? Terrible, thank you. How about you? What have you been up to? The team casting its way through the station right now is led by the former CO Liv Kennedy. She might be the most dangerous person on the planet. I think she's trying to start a war and it might be my fault. So, stopping that. Do you get any medical with that? No. It's becoming an issue. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Cass says it was sausage, grana, and scamorza, so 2 cheeses. I had a really nice lamb curry earlier, and then I had to go do a whole lot of things. So, not as a relaxing day as I would have liked to have, which is normally... I normally like to have a lamb curry. It's like, sit down, relax for a bit, don't have to worry about too much, and then all of a sudden, things kept happening. It's like, great, okay, fine, I guess today is a lot less relaxed than I would like it to be. Listen, these guys didn't like me much before I defenestrated 2 of their colleagues, so we should probably get out of this building in the next 4 minutes if we don't want to stay here for 25 to life. What are we going to see when we open this? 1 cop, body armor, and a nightstick. Enforcer. They're tough. I suggest we try and put them through a window, just like everything else we've been doing so far. Wild idea, Jen. You can't throw all of life's problems through windows, Jen. Yeah, but I do want to throw this one through a window. Might be the right call. I mean, 90% of my problem is probably going to be throw it through a window. Wait, on the ship you threw things through a window. Take him when we have the shot. Got it. Breach. Reposition wizards at the start of the level. Use the redeploy ability to move Zan into the breach position of the door. Okay. So here. And then we use Zan to 3-shot burst that way. And then you out the window. Okay. Obviously we're still in the tutorial stages, but I'm liking this. Alright, so what does your former CO have against the Rushwater PD? Don't know. Who was the fire guy I ran into? He asked about you, by the way. Oh, really? That's nice. No, I don't know who that is. Right, maybe we'll stick to Liv. What's her objective? Don't know. Who is she working for? Reactor. Great, and their objective? Don't know. You're doing a great job at this whole investigation thing. Zav? I don't remember their names just yet. Doing this investigation for 3 months. Zan. There we go. I'm a clairvoyant with an assault staff. I've never had to solve mysteries before. Yeah, I guess that would be what you could class that as. You need someone with investigative skills. This is how they pair up. Someone whose career is in a temporary dry spell despite her obvious talent. Hey, I'm hiring if you're interested. What does it pay? Nothing. I'm broke. Great. It's actually very competitive with what I'm earning right now. Take a look at your files. Files. Right. Zan. I'll make some. Never mind, what's up next? Another enforcer and bad news, no windows. But you have an excellent plan. Oh, actually, hold on, I like this answer more. So, could we just shunt him around until he gets so frustrated he goes home? I like it as a mental image, but not convinced it's strategically watertight. Don't worry, I've got this. I can set up a shock that will knock him flat if he comes my way. Why don't you do that all the time? It's a time thing, you gotta set it up in an empty space and hope they walk into it. Why? It's an amethyst-jacketed time crystal that exists in all places along this trajectory simultaneously. So when you touch it, it's like getting shots in the past, present, future, and a fourth time phase mortals can't perceive. And that makes you fall down. Makes sense. It sounds cool, but didn't explain anything. Fair. Breach, breach. Set a trap for the force, a predictive bolt. Aim in a direction with no enemy ahead to prepare a shot in the future. You'll fire at the first enemy to cross that line. You can't aim where an enemy already is because that's not really predictive. Listen. Okay? I'm thinking we move Zan to here. I predictive bolt this way. And then I'm going to shift Jen. Oh, she does say perks. Jen over to here. And we're going to static blast that way. I got an achievement called rigged for that too by not checking what happened before I just did it. I'm confident that's probably going to get me killed. Intern. Ah, no, another one. How do we... I know what we do. We're gonna lightning bolt the guy so he falls back. Ish. Okay, well at least he took damage. That works. Seal that door. Oh, little spectral barricade. I like that a lot. Okay. And we don't know the plan is this time. We have to improvise. Inspiring. Use the laptop to security door, knock out all 3 enemies. Okay. I kind of like the breach positions we're in at the moment. But I'm gonna swap them. Right? So here's gonna be the play. Zan is gonna breach here, step to here, shoot this guy. The knockback should kill him. Then we're going to predictive shot towards the door. Jen is then going to breach and then bolt. Bolt should take out this guy because of knockback again. Hopefully. If it doesn't, we're going to have some fun. But it will take down Moritz. Actually, she can get to here, but and then cover. We'll see. We have foresight. We can always do what we want to do. Aha, I see. So that's currently being watched. Okay. So I need to do this bit now. Beautiful. I see 2 by a window. Alright, this is it. The way out? It's on the way to the way out. Wait, you haven't been leading us out of here the whole time? You haven't been following me, have you? I don't know where I'm going. I've been leading us to the one little thing I need to do before we can leave. You know, we're in a police station where both of us are resisting arrest while it's simultaneously being raided by a team of Black Ops wizards, one of which can transcend time. I didn't know about the transcending time thing, but the rest of it was on the radar. Yep. So where are we headed? This office leads to the holding cells. There's someone I need to talk to. You work at a case? Now? Let it out. Look, I've been calling myself for a PI for a year now, and I've had a grand total of 3 cases in the last 2 months. 2 of them couldn't pay. Jiren Wexler was the last one on my docket, maybe ever. And today I found him 10 seconds after he was shot in the head. By a doctor. I'm too late to save him, and I'm too late to get paid, but I've got one last chance to find out why he died, and before what we just did makes me a fugitive or prisoner. And if I don't take it, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm sorry, Jen. For a second, I forgot what it cost you to save me back there. I won't forget it again. I mean, I already did inside of an hour. Yeah, so my track record isn't great so far, but I'll try. Whatever you need, I've got your back. Thanks. What are we about to walk into? A mess. You ready? I wasn't born ready, but in the 35 years since I became, among other things, ready. Breach? Probably think about where to breach. Okay. Okay. What I want to do here is obviously send the enforcer through a window. Now, we have lightning. What I'm gonna have to do is maybe... we can only shoot or bolt. That's the issue. Now, if we enter here, we can bolt, which takes out these 2. But I feel like that's a bit of a waste. What is probably a better idea is... that's the wrong button. I reach Jen here. We bolt, hopefully taking these 2 out. And then I deal with it.
It is payday.
Settermind, thank you for the 30 bits. Thank you a lot. Little, that's a regular robot? Mr. Destructoid, I see. I thought I recognized it, and then it wasn't the robot I thought it was. I'm curious, if we bolt and bolt... yeah, no, it goes based off the direction of where the last one came from.
Human perception.
So there isn't an easy way to just... then if we just bolt, that's not going to do it. So it's safer then to send a shot. And then Zan breaching here means he's going to get hit by both of these. He only has the one knockback, so he can't enter on this side. He has to enter over here. Okay, that gets you that. Predictive Bolt's probably not going to help us out here, because I would like to get him through the window. But I've got nothing better to do. Cinnamine says he's animated now and has also issued a challenge to no foresight thingy in the next round. That's not that hard. Okay, so we got him. Problem now is doing the damage. Or now do we... Ooh. Move Jet over to here. Seal the door. Bolt. Round complete. Next I'm going to run here. I wonder if this is going to take them both out. Not quite. But that works. That worked quite nicely. There's probably more efficient ways to do everything, but I like how that panned out. Cinnamon says, ah, damn it. Yeah, see? I can plan things reasonably well, despite all the games I've played that just show that I can't. Hi, me again. Don't know if you heard, the station is currently being raided by a Spec Ops team. One of whom can transcend time. Right, and much of it is on fire. If you tell me why you shot Wex so I can get you out of here before even more of it is on fire. How? Well, obviously I was going to go through the appropriate legal channels, but with the right lawyer it could be under 6 months. And if I don't satisfy your curiosity, you'll leave me here to die? Classy! Cal says efficiency is for cowards or city builders. Who needs to be efficient as long as you get the job done? Ads unfortunately arrive at about 45 seconds. But we'll be okay. When you hear it back, it doesn't sound great, does it? Guessing that's the transcend time bit. Yep, we just met Liv Kennedy. I didn't love it. I like how you have one guy over here reading a book as he falls down. Avoid any long-term consequences. Yeah, I think we're gonna fail that one. Okay, I'm a lot more interested in your case. Is this a collapsed tactical broom? Anyway. Who is Banks, and why did the best Spec Ops team on the planet just assault a police station to abduct her? Dessa Banks. I caught a glimpse of at her police file. They have her pegged as a mob doc for the Druid Mafia. When I found her, she had just shot her patient in the head with a 45. If she's not mob, she definitely missed a pivotal day in med school. So why would Liv Kennedy want her? Was she an especially good doctor? I guess it's possible she's a great doctor and shooting her patient in the head before surgery was just kind of a power move. I mean, anything to rack it up the bill, I guess. Oh, you came in for me to reset your leg? You think you've got a fracture? How about I shoot you in the head? Charge you more money. Your turn. Who's Liv Kennedy? She was the commander on the Navy Special Forces. She's a chronomancer. She can move on a different timescale to the rest of us. You're dead before you know she's coming for you. Seems a bit overpowered. I served with her for 5 years on some nightmare clusterfucks, and I think Liv might be the most dangerous single combatant on this planet. Everyone who saw her work said it sooner or later. I'm glad she's on our side. Well, now she's not. Now she works for Reactor. What's the story with you and Liv? We ran an extraction on a Druid Mafia smuggling ship back in '89. She got snared just as they were about to execute the hostage. I had to choose. I chose the hostage. For years I thought I'd got her killed, then 6 months ago she resurfaces, pulling brutal heists for a PMC. I don't know what she's trying to achieve, but I know I failed her back in '89. If there's some way I can talk her down from this, I have to try. Sunmine says this already seems like a really fun game. I'm really enjoying it so far. I kind of do like the little dialogue we're getting between the characters. And the puzzle bit is pretty good. I can't wait to see how it develops further. I did see when we panned over earlier in the top left that it said Jen, whatever her name is, and then you could hold down the icon to see her perks, which means there's probably some level of like RPG to this that I'm not quite sure where it's gonna go. Cass says the game is awesome. Like I'm loving it a lot so far. Reactor, a private military, right? Who's hiring them this time? Private but huge. The 9th strongest military in the world, last I heard. Is it being run by Big Boss? We got like a militaire sans frontières deal going on here? If you'd asked me yesterday, I would have said they were the DSR military by another name. But if they're sending Liv Kennedy to kill cops on DSR soil, something massive has changed and I have no idea why. If she's gone off book and all we're looking at is a god-tier operative becoming a serial killer with an unknown agenda. And if not? If today was a Reactor authorized op, this could light the fuse for World War V? The whole geopolitical landscape of the Southern Hemisphere is going to lurch in ways I can't even predict. And I'm a seer. Okay, we do need to make some files. I have a map. We can work with that. Ah. Why didn't you get to level up? Oh, I see. The perk point is over here. An additional target or +2 knockback to the last one? I feel like an additional target is probably more useful. +2 knockback if used at point blank is probably pretty good too, but I'd like to go with this. I got outfits. You already own all these outfits, but it takes confidence to pull them off. Replay old levels with new perks to get confidence scores you missed. Okay, so there's a bit of replayability to it as well. Okay, I kind of like those skins. Dark Arts, Hedge Wizard, Urban, Full Leather Jacket, and Blackout. The only one here I really like is the Hedge Wizard. You can replay previous levels with your new perks, choosing your team freely this time, including wizards you didn't have at the time. You can gain confidence perks for any goals you missed before, but repeating confidence goals doesn't give extra points. He looks kind of angry in his picture. Sheepy, hello, welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Oh, the safe house is your mom's place. She's at bingo. Of course she is. Alright, well, here's what we need. Your map, a printer, some thumbtacks, and like 40 meters of red string. She actually might be the only person I know that has that combination of items lying around. Like already, let's get to it. Kellen, that's your last name. You're a storm witch. Okay. We are old friends. Oh boy, this is just reminding me that I still need to finish Dark Heresy. You served under Liv Kennedy. You led the strike on Rushwater PD. Oh, we've got a lot we can read. Strap in. Jen Kellen likes complicated casings, good filing systems, skulls of every kind, and their cat Daryl. Not mutual. They dislike Steve Clark, the traffic warlock, the Rushwater police, and loose ends. The hobbies include scrying, crying, and interrogating Daryl when he does a crime. Blah, they hate writing bios. They're a storm witch, a private investigator, and legal guardian to one emotionally distant cat. For the last 3 years, they've been finding missing people the cops couldn't or wouldn't, but it doesn't pay well, and work is drying up in... Oh shit, these notes are small and I realized. Zan's thing sounds really serious, and I think I can help him, so off I go. Ask Zan for his input. Oh, as in like down there. I thought it was the input on this. Banks is one of the ones they broke out of jail, but why? Zan Veska. Likes. Naval history, Mars spiced apricots, friends succeeding, and assault staves. Dislike. Memory tests, decisions, dairy, being asked about his dislikes. Hobbies. Providing emotional support, providing fire support. Backgammon. What the hell, Jen? Zan is an extremely old retired Special Forces operative who can see the future. Actually, he can only see 1 second into the future, but in a breach and clear operation, that's a big deal. Zan used to serve under Liv Kennedy in the DSR Navy until she was lost in action. Now that she's back with a violent, unknown agenda, Zan worries he might be the only one who knows how dangerous she is or how to counteract her power. He's probably overblowing it, though. We'll get to her in a bit. Time to read about Liv Kennedy. Likes, acting quickly, acting decisively, and acting like a prick. Dislikes, weakness, slowness, stourness. Town in Norland. Hobbies, dodgeball, don't play her at this. Bloody knuckles, don't play her at this. 100-meter sprint, don't race her at this. Liv was the DSR Navy's star covert operative. She's able to move on a different time scale to the rest of us, rendering her actions effectively instantaneous. It's absolute bullshit. She vanished on her last official op with Zan and disappeared for 2 years. Now she's back with a team of Special Forces wizards, cutting a bloody path through the powder cake of southern eastern geopolitics like a bull in a house of cards. And she attacked the Rushwater PD. A team of Special Forces wizards led by Liv Kennedy breached the Rushwater Police Department, killing 14 and busting out a prisoner, Dessa Banks. Zan arrived hot on their tail, arguably too hot. The cops assumed he was part of it. I heroically rescued him. Too much? Jen. and we got out alive, but we're not popular in the DSR now. Well, Reactor we know employs Liv Kennedy. One of the biggest and by far the most effective private military outfit in the world. For years, Reactor has done the DSR's dirty work, but now they've hit us police station on Rushwater soil. They've bitten the hand that feeds them and swallowed it whole. All bets are off. And you abducted Dessa Banks. I walked in on Banks after she shot the mobster I was tracking, Jiren Wexler. According to her file, she used to be a surgeon at Rushwater General, but dropped off the grid a year ago and is now a mob doc for the Druid Mafia. Now, Liv Kennedy has abducted her a massive risk, and we're all left panicking about what she knows about Banks that we don't. Cass says they love Jen. So far of the two, I think I prefer Zan. But only because I think he has the cooler power skill. Like, in terms of character, Jen is better. But overall, I like Zan more because I like his ability of, like, I can predict the future, in that I can see what happens in the next second. We read that one. Okay, so we have no idea why Liv took Banks. Sheepy says they suggest don't try to stop Liv, join her. I think she might be a little bit too far gone. But I guess we'll find out. At this point, I'd settle for where she took Banks. Oh, I can answer that. Seriously? Give me 6 newt bones and a vial of her blood, I can scry her location to within 3 meters. Okay, newt bones sound doable. Yeah, I got an arrangement with the pet shop downtown. How do we get a hold of her blood? The cops would have taken it when they booked her, part of a standard DNA log. It'll be at the evidence lockup in Stonecliff. And is that guarded? Heavily, but I know a guy there who owes me. I helped him find his skink last June. Good skink. Newts and skinks? We're really on a lizard sort of deal at the moment. As long as they haven't heard about the clusterfuck at Rushwater yet, I bet I can just ask him. Well, it's not going to be that simple, is it? Where Jen knows a guy. Yeah, I like this a lot. Jen, I think they heard about the Rushwater thing. Cass says, toolkit, Zan character, Jen, level bullshit, Liv. I think the formatting of Twitch chat actually broke that, because I'm not quite sure how that's supposed to read out. Toolkit, Zan, character, Jen, level of bullshit, Liv, I think is what it's supposed to be. Now they get efficient. There's 2 guys by a window, so we know how that's going to pan. Knock out all the enemies, 5 left. Confidence goals. These are optional extra goals that boost each wizard's confidence. As in life, confidence is only needed to wear more daring outfits. Try for them, but don't stress it. You always come back to get them later with any new perks have unlocked. They vary each level. Move the cursor over them to find out what they are this time. Zan is finished with everyone at full health. Jen is deaf and straight with 2 hostiles with a gale grenade. Knocks back all adjacent targets. How big of a splash zone are we looking at? Oh. Well, that's going to be gale grenade over by here then, isn't it? What does somebody want? Mm-hmm. We're going to do a few things here, I think. Because the lightning will deal... Well, it's going to take him out. It's not going to take out him. Right? That works for me so far. Wait. Rather than move her? Like that? Yes, Gale Grenade now. That gets a confidence thing done. Okay, now there's two of them. Got no line of sight to that, so that's fine. And then this is fine because we can go bop, bop, bop. Done. Alright, what are we looking for? A blue folder. Her blood's in a blue folder? No, but a file will tell us where they're storing it. Okay, so I just grab every blue file I see. Yep! Unless your brain tells you to read them instantly or something. Your brain lets you read them instantly or something. I could do 1 second of reading 1 second sooner than I otherwise would. That doesn't sound like it's gonna do it. No. Breach? Breach. We got 2 doors here. Oh, we have options. Time boost. +1 action. Okay. Let a single teammate perform 2 actions in 1 turn. That's going to be pretty easy to do. Deal with all enemies by the end of turn 1. I don't think we can do that one now. They all have their own names. Jen, I want you to breach here. I'm thinking we... Man, I'm thinking my throat needs, like, therapy or something. I'm thinking we need to use Thunderbolt, or sorry, Chain Bolt, in order to like blast some people. See how you pan out. Actually, Gale Grenade's not going to do enough damage. But it's going to push him. Oh, I have an idea. And it's just crazy enough to work. Ish. So the idea is We shoot there, grab that intel. I need to... Okay. The first one we have to breach with is going to be Zen. Problem is getting that one down at the bottom. Yeah, she's got 2 actions. Okay. So, the play that I'm thinking of is we shoot down here. Jen then breaches. Same as before, runs over here. Seal the door. Gale grenade. Bolt, bolt. Yeah, 2 bolts. And then bolt, bolt. No line of sight to that one. Damn. Yeah, you're gonna be the problem. Because if I could bolt here, and then this bolt would then hit into the wall, that would take all 3 on turn 1. But they're kind of... Well, they are where they are. And I'm pretty sure Zan needs to shoot the one down here. Oh, we can do it for every time we have mana? Okay. That leaves the one in the middle. I think we just can't do that one at the moment. I think we need, like, an extra person, or we need to improve Zan. So we'll do what we can. Why have we done that? Oh, because I literally can't reach down there. That's fine. But Jen's is pretty locked in. We know what we're doing with Jen. Seal that door. Gale, and then 1, 2... Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, there is a way we can do this in 1. In fact, we've got it. Except for this door down here isn't sealed. Look at that. It didn't even occur to me that, like, the lightning bolt isn't the thing that takes him out into the impact. So you can, yeah, we could chain off him to him, and then chain again. Hi. One turn wonder. Defeat every enemy on pillars in one turn. Okay. Oh, this is... Where are you going? Both these overpasses lead to the next building. We can do it in tandem. Okay, but you get shot the moment you walk through that door. Oh, good note. Let me breach first. I can take care of it on my side. Oh, I like the amount of windows here. Oh, I love the amount of windows we have. Okay, one in, bop, bop, and go. Okay. Cause projected bolts to fire before the 4C phase. We've done that one before. Defenestrate 3 hostiles in one turn. We can do that with the... lightning bolt. The question is where. I think it's going to be going here and then bolt across. So we've got to breach first. Yeah, we've got in the line of sight, but we can do it in a minute. Cass says all the confidence for sweet outfits. I kind of just want to... It's a fun little challenge to try and do them along the way. Alright. Send him out the window. Move to there. Hold up. No, it won't do it. Okay. What can we do over here? Okay. That works. I can get 2 out of this. Nope. 2. Bolt you. Breach. Oh, 3 hostiles in one turn. Hold on a second. Can I just go here? Use the laptop? The grenade's not going to cut it. Right, what we're going to do is static blast. And then chain bolt. Goes that way, does 1 damage. Or we can just take a guy out. I'm going to just take a guy out. Beautiful. And then fire before the 4C phase is... I would have thought that there would have done it, but I guess reverting undid it. Does a breach give me my movement back? Not quite. Okay. In that case, we wait one... Oh, don't shoot him. I'm thinking we have to breach here. I'm gonna have to set up a line. Oh, I can set up a line. I see what I must do. Go here. Predictive across there. Here, breach. Blast him so he loses most of his health. Unless you want me to foresee and push someone into the thing. Because I was just going to have things happen. Okay, up. Okay. She has another lightning bolt, which we can use to just bop bop and clear that room pretty much straight away. Making fantastic time. Since we can't get to the breach location for him this turn, I'm just going to go here and grab this intel. And it's going to be breach door, shoot him, move somewhere. We'll figure it out. Wait. Alright, let's go. Alright. We need to breach here. And I need to now try to set this up so that before we even have to figure out the future, we're already knocking people around. That's going to be the fun bit. You could run here. Run here, bolt this way. You're going to zap. That's not great. Yeah, okay. He got shot, that's a shame. However, if we predict if he ends his turn, but if I shoot you like so, that takes you out and I don't get the ability to push you around. So in the interest of just doing Zans, we need to shoot you. Boost her before we get into the room. She's going to have to take the hit, but I believe this is the last map. Breach. We could... I wish you could Gale Grenade right here, but this is a puzzle game after all. We could just bolt. Doesn't push. Doesn't push. That's why we have to step into the room. Alright, take the shot. Push. There we go. It doesn't do it. Okay. That's pretty okay. Laptop. I'm thinking we blast you. Then I get a move here. And then against all better judgment. You need to seal that door first. I guess I could also just gale grenade the guy before we ran over, but that works for me perfectly. Hey, look at that. Everyone's getting a little bit more confident. We're going to have fancy clothes in no time. We found Banks. Choose between Jubba and Hiddlesbottom, logically. We've all found ourselves there. This says her blood samples in fridge 5, room 304. So, one floor up. Great, let's go. You brought the newt bones? I don't leave the house without 6 to 20 newt bones. Okay, so where is she? She is about 100 meters east. Did you perform the spell 100 times too small? No, she's in the next building. And what's that? It's controlled substances? Why would they break out of one police station just to take it to another? I don't know. It is a tactical broom. Want to go find out? After I realign some time crystals? Yes. Wait, is that the traffic warlock? Hello? It has to be, right? Like, that's a wheel, that's traffic lights by that. That has to be the traffic warlock. And she's saying Steve. Cinnamon says, yay! Yeah, look. Here's someone who can appreciate wizards in their natural habitat. Steve, you sure this is every gram of blue you have? Yep, every seizure in the DSI ends up here. I love it. Alright, buddy, light it up.
What I am about to do has not been approved by the Vatican.
You don't think the Vatican would approve of using Special Forces wizards to burn what I assume is bags of... Well, they said blue, so crystal meth? All will burn in very mild fire. It is not mild fire, that's a total misnomer. I should know how to take this. It is the traffic car. Traffic warlock, you failed arsonist. I'd like to see you untangle the M6 spaghetti. Maybe the developers were based in Britain. I'd like to see you untangle the M6 spaghetti junction with some lukewarm flames. Lukewarm? Much as I'd love to hear how this clash of intellectual titans goes, we have a ride to catch. Steve, stick around to make sure your cop pals don't put this out. Body, bring Banks. Well, that exchange raised a lot more questions than it answered. They're burning mana? Why? Not for the smell, I'm guessing. Why do they even have this much mana? I'm out of mana. I can't cast that yet. Street value of this must be billions. Supposed to destroy it all at the end of every month. Maybe defense told them to. I've heard of states stockpiling it on the QT. No one has a military use for it yet, but they're all scared someone's gonna find one. By the way, this is the fire guy I was telling you about. Alright, I do remember him now. So when I said fire guy earlier, you didn't think of the guy who, you know, is permanently on fire? Meets a lot of colourful characters in this line of work. Aren't you unemployed? That's what I mean! So who is he? Body Cash, the less lethal pyromancer. I had this question earlier. How does that work? I think his flames like quite hot, but not fire hot, you know? Like you can't go on about your day, but it's more of an aloe vera situation than an impromptu cremation. You look like you want to ask something. Who's the guy in the Dayglow robe? Oh, that's Steve. Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock. I keep running into him on my cases, and I always forget what a slimy prick he truly is. Wow, Chen! He can hear us through the door? Shit. Get fucked, Steve! Could we take him? How good are you at dodging spectral cars filled with skeleton goats? Steve is sounding more like a badass by the minute. No wonder you feel like you just in his shadow all the time. Oh, we never made it past regionals. Okay. Boss fight, I assume. In a really weird way, the game reminds me of Metal Gear Acid.
Here she comes to wreck the day!
Steve's probably thinking that right now. Defenestrate Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock. Finish with all team members at full health. Okay, I'm trying to think of how the best way to... Crush Hour sends forth a spectral motorcade. Ghost Riders hits everyone in the red zone, then returns to the underworld, pending traffic conditions on the 7th Circle Junction. Oh, I love this so much. The writing is just the right level of like... Okay, so... his description's good too. You try on jamming the G30 Spaghetti Junction... Sorry. You try on jamming the G30 Spaghetti Junction without resorting to death magic. Then we'll see who's the losing perspective, Carol. I love Steve. And I'm about to send him out of a window. So, this first term we're just going to spend just basically doing science. That knocks him back 2. Ideally, well, obviously, if I want to get him out of a window, I need to get him out of a window. But we need to not be in the red zone when we end anything. So, if I Gale Grenade here, what sort of direction are we looking at? Still going back that way. And there's no real way to, like, push. Alright, we're just gonna head this way, grab that intel. I was hoping anywhere on the grid would be good enough. But that's fine. That's gonna push him back. Okay, we're just gonna go this way and get a predictive bolt. Curious, if I do this, does it does bump him over. Okay. I want to save the Gale Grenade for now. But what I'm thinking long term is the guy comes in here, I lightning bolts, we arc it to the Steve. Steve then probably gets put over here and knocked this way. But more importantly is if we lightning bolt this way, I can move this way down this lane. We might be able to push Steve more this way. And I can have Zan run up, grab the intel, give her another action. We might be able to just shunt him out a window on his second turn. I love that. Yes, Steve. I could... No, if I push him that way... Wait, hold up. What if we change up the play a bit? Right? We push him this way. I presume he doesn't move. Then it means that we knock him. He ends up back here again. Then we just need to push him over 1, and then we can get him out the window with Zan. At the very least, it deals damage to him. Yeah. Eat that, nerd. Or he can go further over to the you're an idiot. Not quite the right sort of idiot, though. Oh? Bye. Bye, Steve. Let me know how the traffic situation is. Now I just got this problem to deal with. Which, honestly, we redirect to here. Get over here, seal that door. Grab that intel. I then just need to seal this door over here. Which Zan can shoot, Jen can then run and seal. Not quite run and seal. Okay. Well, I mean, even if someone still comes through, Zan can just pop. We've got an enforcer coming through that side. Not good. Okay, the enforcer's been dealt with. Pop. We're done. Oh, what a good boss fight. Mission complete. Steal a murderer's blood. Use it to track them down. Defeat Steve Clark, police warlock, in combat. Done. Defeat Steve Clark, traffic warlock, in conversation. Well, he certainly has some difficult self-examination to do in the days and weeks to come. Especially since we just jumped him out of a fucking window. We get 1 refund. That's nice. What do you get here? Supportive fire. Oh! I kind of like the idea of improving predictive bolt. Like, okay, yeah, the damage here is kind of nice, but we mainly use it for the utility. Standard attack means we probably could push around a bit more, but this here, if the shot knocks someone out, I can change direction and we can go for somewhere else. Yes, please. Not quite enough to get the outfit. Oh, we could have the matching. You see, he already has desert camo. We could get like desert camo over here. Yeah. I'm dressing up my witches and wizard. Nothing new over here. Well, actually, there might be in a minute. Oh, we've finished with Act 1. We've done all the confidence. Oh, he was his own little boss fight. Look! Look at his little face! Somebody says dress to impress, badass wizard edition. I'm kind of hoping we do, like, there are probably going to be other characters, but I hope they get more interesting outfits. Let's see, Zan is kind of like, Blair, apart from his hedge wizard, I do kind of like hedge wizard. And then Jan over here I mean, yeah, pretty bland on these. It's still military. Private Eye is kind of nice. That's just a reskin. White Witch, though. Yeah! We got flares as opposed to magic wand. At least I choose to believe they're flares. Cinnamon says, what a cutie. Oh, for, Steve? Yeah, I like the license plate on the side. Probably has some sort of reference to something, but I don't really care right now what it is. Shibi asks, you're one of those parents who dresses your kids in matching outfits too, aren't you? No, because I don't have kids. And I don't know, I guess if it would be funny for like an outfit, maybe. Like if I had twins, I would absolutely dress them the exact same. And then I would become a menace to society because I would go, oh, go choose whatever toy you want from the toy store, and then these two identical kids walk around in every way, like they're twins, they're wearing the exact same clothes, and then the people working that store are gonna be like, what is going on? This kid just walked down this aisle, but he's, or they're already back up the other aisle. Wait, how is he back down there again? And someone's gonna probably have a really stressful day. Let's move on. Didn't like that guy. Oh, you didn't like Steve? People in the chat seem to like Steve. Cass has like hashtag we are Steve going. Settlemine's like Steve with a heart. Steve has his fans. Right, Steve was always an asshole, but he never actively thrown a ghost car at me before. He didn't even do it there. We sort of pushed him towards Zan. New low. When we get back, can you scry again to find out where they took Banks? Oh, no need. Blood scrying updates in real time for 36 hours, up to 36 hours. Shit, that's impressive. Can't beat blood for utility hexes. Where is she now? North by 80 kilometers already. Is that possible? Well, she's being carried by Little Miss Time Freeze. Is she moving? Give me a sec. Yes, extremely yes. Like 400 meters into us. Are they on a train? They've got a chopper. Of course they've got a chopper. Man, chasing a multi-billion-dollar PMC's best operatives by public transport is surprisingly hard. Where do you think they're headed? Liboli? Or Liboli? We go with Liboli. Reactor has a Blacksite west of Aldo. Nice quiet place where they can do what they want to prisoners like Banks. Then I guess we're going to Liboli. Yeah. In like 14 hours when the next ferry leaves. Can we see your Ma's place tonight? Yeah, she'd love that. She should be back from bingo by now, actually. Oh, how nice. Back to Mars for a nice cup of tea. Yeah, okay, the developers are definitely British. I love her design. Immediately just hitting him with a stick. Oh lordy, you didn't tell me you were having company, Zan. I would have clean. God, what must you think, Duck, that I live in filth? I actually think it's kind of lovely, Miss Veska. This is Jen. Do you remember I mentioned her? Cinnamon says Steve has just misunderstood. Yeah, you try being a warlock. And as he's pointed out, there's like 2 instances already where he's had to use his magic powers in order to resolve traffic, of all things. You know, assuming this warlock is the same as like D&D, he's sworn allegiance to a patron, which is usually demonic in nature. Not always. Could be Cthulhu. And instead of, you know, raising massive forces of undead, or banging hot babes in the form of succubus, he's instead making sure that people don't get stuck in traffic picking up their kids after school. That it's like getting a degree from like a really prestigious law place, and then your parents go, "What are you doing?" And you go, I work at I work downtown in a bar." there's a little underlying level of slight disappointment when you admit that you've got all this power, but you can do nothing with it. And that's probably why Steve is the way he is. Shibi says that's why they collect blood from everyone they befriend. So anyone here want to meet up IRL? I'd rather not donate my blood to questionable practices. Like, oh, I don't know, rituals. Unless I'm leading the ritual, in which case, then I guess it's fine. I'm not donating it then, I'm just using my own. I brought it from home. Here's some I made earlier. You know, I don't remember my own name half the time, Duck. Lovely to meet you though, Jen. Can I get you a brandy? Or something stronger? What do you got, like, what's stronger than brandy? Absinthe? I'm glad you asked, Duck. A woman after my own heart. Zan, you didn't finish having a drink called the Skull Cracker, which is stronger than brandy is... Now I'm curious. Cass says traffic warlock must suck. Yeah, for all the points I've just mentioned. Cinema says watching Steve split out the bus lane is like watching the parting of the Red Sea. You say that, and I just thought of a really, really useful use case for Steve. You know when you're there's really heavy traffic and it's been caused because of an accident and not even like an ambulance can get through because everyone just can't move? Steve is there, standing with his arms raised on the top of the ambulance, and they're like, it is just parting like the Red Sea, and they're just going through the middle of all the traffic. Steve actually could be really useful and integral to the functioning society, but unfortunately Steve probably doesn't see it that way. You finished the Skullcracker, Ma, in June. Oh, nonsense. He's a terrible liar, this one. A liar and a drunk. Takes after his father, I suppose, and his ma. Oh my god, Ma. Now, how long will you kids be staying? Just the night, if that's okay, Ma. Of course, love. Stay as long as you like. Where are you off to tomorrow? Liboli. Oh, how wonderful. Oh, you must take Jen to the Naval Museum in Aldo. You remember, where I used to take you on your birthday? Oh, she'd love it, Sam. We're there to stop a team of Black Ops wizards torturing a hostage and starting World War V, Ma. I'm not sure there'll be time for the museum. Oh, it's such a lovely country, Jen. Not like here. Didn't you and Dad flee for your lives because a farmer corps tried to kill him for whistleblowing? Well, every country has its problems, Duck. Have you been, Jen? I have. Actually, it's where Zen and I met when I did my mandatory tour. Ads unfortunately arrive in about 50 seconds. I'll try to slow it down a bit if we do end up in a mission. Cinnamine says sign him up. Yeah. Kaz is bringing up something I mentioned earlier when they first dropped the World War V bit. Kaz is asking, World War V, Zen? Where are the other two? Yeah, I kind of do want to know about those. Maybe that's where the whole wizard thing came from. Oh, so you know, lovely. I expect he's told you his origin story? Oh, please do. That's not what we call it, Ma. And I'm sure she doesn't want to. Oh, I would absolutely love to hear your origin story. Oh god, don't we have a map to update? I saw your map. It's lovely to see you doing crafts again. Oh, I love this I love every character so far. I think my favorite is tied between Steve and Ma. I'm glad someone's finally using those wretched thumbtacks. I bought that box in 1943 and I've scarcely made a dent. What's it about? There's no easy way to say this, Miss Vesker, but your son is terrible at filing. Sheepy says that just reading that 8 games with malware got uploaded to Steam. FBI is asking gamers who installed those games for information. I'd heard that Valve had announced something about that, but I didn't know it was to the point of, like, the FBI is now getting involved. This is why I don't even know what the list of games is, but there's it's probably a good shout that it's going to be a bunch of really questionable looking games that are probably being put out for free. Which means I'm probably safe and I probably don't have any of them. But hopefully no one else here has been hit by the malware games. I had a system. I just never got around to making the system. Ah, you've got your father's spirit, Sam. Oh, that's sweet. No, he had a terrible spirit. Just a dog shit spirit. It's the fact that, like, occasionally she's still in her idle animation, pokes Zan with the walking stick, and it's like, it's just a dog shit spirit, just hitting him with a stick. Okay. I'm so glad I picked this up. I've had this for a long time now, and I've been debating when I could get around to it, but yeah, this is great. I also like how you can see the map. Cass says 8 small games and nobody you really heard of, funnily enough. Ma! Cinnamon says never even heard of the games listed. A lot of them sound like the names you'd call pump and dump crypto scams. Is OBS going to capture my... No, it's not. Cool. I'm going to go look at this list of games while we're in the outbreak. Steam Games Malware. Does that turn up a list? It does. Let's go to this. Oh god, I hate how it just opens a new window. Just open a tab by default, please. Give me a list of names. The games include Block Blasters Kemia, Dashverse/FPS, Lampi Lunara, Pirate Fight, and Tokenova. In February 2025, the free-to-play Pirate Fight launched in the beta, but actually designed to steal browser cookies and hijack user accounts. In July 2025, cybersecurity vendor flagged Kemia for updating itself to deliver malware. Block Blasters was actually a Trojan that drained an estimated $150,000 in cryptocurrency from victims. FBI is alerted to one new title, Lampi, was a previously unknown to host malware. The free game, but it's not clear if the FBI flagged the right game. Wow. Yeah, it is just a bunch of really sketchy sounding games, isn't it? We were caught by the ads. Welcome back. We basically found out that Zan's father had a dog shit spirit. Chibi says the most notable was Blockbusters, a free 2D platformer. They're reading a Bleeding Computer article. They weren't sophisticated games, but free ones to get people looking for mindless entertainment. Yeah, I remember when there was a period of time when free games were really popular on Steam because it was like, don't play my game and spend thousands of dollars on microtransactions. You'll like buying the little shiny things, right? Or even worse than that is you can play this game, but it's time gated, so unless you spend money, you can't continue to play my game unless you wait 24 hours. Looking at you, battle cats! And it's also a gacha, which is even worse. I think it's the only gacha It's the only gacha I can think of off the top of my head that I've ever played. And the main reason I dropped it was because I could only do so many missions a day, and then I'd have to wait for energy. It's like, ugh. Well, I'm sorry, but that man would give up on anything. I once saw him give up on a spoon. Slipped out of his hand and he just left it there. Ate the pudding with his fingers. Flimsy soul, too. Oh, It's dossier time. It's time to learn. Alright, let's get Liv's team on here. Steve Clark. Smarmy prick who I guess, summon phantasmal apparitions of long-dead highway traffic that can hurt a lot if they hit you. Yeah, but we never got hit, so that sounds like a you problem, canonically. He was always the department's darling, but now he just seems to be working with the team who just hit the Rushwater PD. I don't think he knows the station. I don't think the station knows it yet. It is killing me that I wasn't around to rat him out to his fan club. Body Cash. I don't know why, I thought he had, like... What? I haven't played, what is it called? Slay the Spire yet. And I know a second game's come out. I've also heard that it's got really mixed feedback on it. What is the name of the character in that game that has this skull and a robe, but the skull covers their face? I think it begins with an S, but I don't know. I know they've got, like... Is one of them called the Artifact? I don't know any of the names, actually. Now my mind's gone blank. Zan, you're gonna have to take this one because honestly, still not sure I understand this guy's deal. Fine, his talent creates a magical fire that never gets above a certain temperature, so it won't incinerate you, you'll just pass out from heat stroke. Given that, it's a little weird that he joined a team that's been killing people all over the globe, but here we are. Cass says silent, there we go, I thought it began with an S. Takes orders from, and takes orders from. Ding! Oh. And the mana stockpile. Oh. Okay. Mars place. Zan's Ma was good enough to put us up while we figure out our next move, and her place is off the map. It was. Banks blood sample obtained from Stonecliff Lockup. I was hoping I'd be able to waltz into the Stonecliff Lockup before they heard what went down at Rushwater, but no such luck. We managed to get the blood sample they took of Banks when they booked her. So now I could track her with a scrying spell. We didn't have to look far. She was in the next building, still with the team who took her. They were there to burn in an alarmingly large stockpile of confiscated mana. Why, though? Text. Seized street mana, billions burn. Unlocking your craft tends to happen when a life-threatening situation brings it out of you. If you're not willing to wait for one, why not create it yourself? 10 grams of street mana in a shot of absinthe. Okay, cool, so we have a cocktail here. Is a simple, wildly expensive recipe for a huge risk of brain damage or death. Beryllium calcite activates the craft center of the brain, and some people unlock a temporary power while the high lasts. It's not permanent though, and you don't want... And when you don't know what your power is, there's a whole range of ways to die finding out. Cut it with MDMA or acid and you have street mana. It's a misnomer. The few who can get a hold of beryllium sell it to the trust fund kids at mansion pool parties or money men by private courier. Millions who think they're invincible. Mad that there's a type of power they don't have yet. The stockpile at Stonecliff must have been years of sieges. Why didn't they destroy it? Well, to the point, why did it live? This was stored at there. And you burned that. And here's the Blacksite. Zan thinks this is where they're taking Banks, and the direction I feel them heading in backs it up. You're out of brandy, so I made tea. Do you really want the story? It's longish. Of course. Oh, you'll love this, Jen. Building it up isn't helpful, Mom. Okay, so this was Riasi, 78. We're on escort deployment for this RNS diplomat. And our APC driver, Valdini, she's hearing a noise she doesn't like from the chassis. We pull over, and of course, as the FNG, she sends me under there to check. And I find 3 kilos of plastic, wired, colored wires blinking red. the works. Blinking red light. Sorry, Mr. Wood. I don't know if I have seconds or minutes before it blows. I don't even have wire cutters. All I can think out is to rip all the wires out at once. But as soon as I think it, there's this flash of pain. So sharp I think it's blown already. But it's still there. So I think about just ripping out the green wire and flash, it hits me again. When I think about the blue wire though, nothing. I just see myself doing it, clear as day. So I do it, red light goes off, and I just fucking collapse. And that's it, that's how I unlocked. Adrenaline, delirium, and a desperate need to do exactly what it turns out I can do. So did they put you on bomb defusal after that? No. Turns out most bombs blow whichever wire you cut. Once I could foresee without passing out, the brass put me through a craft training program to control it, then fast-tracked me to Special Forces, where I met Liv. Do you know who was trying to blow you up? Bomb was a merc job, but this was Royasi in the 70s. There's no way Chapel money wasn't behind it. What did Valdini say? Her reaction focused very much on being right about the dragging noise and much less on the discovery that I could see through time. Good story. So, in order to become a mage in this universe, I guess you have to be extremely stressed. Man, hospitality workers must be absolutely slinging fireballs in the back of house. Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares probably has a little bit of a different tone to it. Goes into a kitchen and you just find some guy who can, like, Human Torch's hands is just there flambeing like a steak, screaming about why the avocado paste isn't ready yet. Should be asked as regular constant anxiety count. I think judging by it was a case of I'm going to die if I don't get this bomb defused. Probably has to be very intense anxiety and stress, as opposed to general, unfortunately. I don't know where he gets it, Jen. Not a magical bone in my body. No, your father, especially not your father. He'd suck the magic right out of anything. It's not hereditary, Ma. But you might have something, you've just never been in a life or it has to be a life or death situation. Well, it's certainly not shut your father up about the quickest route to downtown after 5 PM. That came up all you like. And I thought my life was over every time. Better get some first rest. Better get some rest. First ferry to Liboli is 7 AM. Extraction. So I'm going to assume Banks might be a character we can recruit. First ferry to Liboli. 95 minutes late. So my contact got back to me. She knows a guy who delivers supplies for a reactor. He's going to let us ride in with a shipment of bathroom supplies and pornography. Always ride in style. Cat! What a good little cat. If we do stop World War V, I hope someone gives us a lift home. Banks hasn't moved, which fits with her being held at the Blacksite. If she's still there, Liv's still there. My gut says they need her for something. If you're right about the stakes of this, we need to get there yesterday. I feel like we moved about 4 inches in 2 hours. Oh, look, the cat. Oh, you gotta sleep. It's sleepy time. Sheepy's also loving the kitty. As well as saying, life is a life or death situation. Anxiety. What was the name of that Netflix series where I think it had a similar premise where people were getting superpowers either through taking a drug or they were born with it and it just activates.
I seen him every day before that, and after I never seen him since. He's done the old 23 skidoo. He's dead.
Nothing here's dead. The cat's fine. The cat's okay. Sure, I hope that cat isn't dead. Steve definitely isn't dead. We pushed him out of a window. Actually, he might be dead. Steve, I choose to believe, is alive. Yeah, this is torture. I'm gonna find somebody to kip. This is the chats menu. Optional conversations that can be played at any time. If you just want to move on for now, you can always play with them later. Wait, we have one about the cats, so we're gonna go with that one. Choices made in these don't affect the outcome of the campaign. I think we know which one matters the most. What's your cat's name? Daryl. Right. We read about Daryl. Kat says, are you sure you're not talking about Heroes of the Boys? No, it was on Netflix. I think it's called, like, Power. I think it had... I can't remember his name. Plays Shocker in the newer Spider-Man movies. And the Amazing Spider-Man. I really can't remember his name. He was also in Night Shift, the movie about vampires, which also has Snoop Dogg in it, of all people. You named your cat Daryl? My mum did. She isn't really a cat person. Well, he's a treasure. What does he do? I think he's in legal. He's surprisingly chill about being on a ship. I think he just has such disdain for life that he won't acknowledge this as anything worse than usual. Good for you, Daryl. How are you so sure about all this? Can I ask you something? Shoot. How are you so sure about all this? You're always the guy double-checking our orders, hedging bets, better safe than sorry. No offense, it was comforting. Taken. But now you see an old friend causing trouble and you walk into a police station with an assault staff? I kind of forgot you were this sharp. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's not just that Liv's playing with fire. It's that I know what happens in a month's time if we do nothing. Thought you could only see 1 second ahead. On a good day, yeah. When I'm in control. But sometimes I get flashes. They're brief, they're rare, and I don't know how far ahead I'm seeing. So, most of them tell me nothing useful, and the temporal whiplash lays me up for days. One, though, I saw a date. It was etched into a massive stone slab. 18 of the 6th, 92. Above a list of hundreds of names. Thousands. I can't tell where I am or when I am, and they aren't names I know. But I know it's a war memorial. I'm swallowing a feeling like a throat full of rocks. I did nothing. When did you have the flash? 3 months ago. Right after Liv Kennedy came back on the map. So this reminds me of a TV series called Flash Forward, where everyone, the premise to it, there was only 1 season. I don't think there were plans for a second. But it's fine. The premise to Flash Forward is that everyone around the world at the exact same time blacks out, and they live their life. I don't know the time scale. I think it's like 8 months or 9 months in the future. But they experience their life 9 months in the future for the duration of time they're blacked out, which is, I don't know, 5 minutes or whatever it is. And the series is then a case of, why is it that it happens? Different characters then try to pursue their predicted futures. It might be in a year, I don't know. But it was an okay TV series. It had one of the Hobbits in it. I don't remember which one. I think it was Pippin. I don't remember his actual name. Sheepy says Flash Forward ended on a massive cliffhanger that the whole season was building to and required at least a second season that it never got. I'm gonna have to rewatch it because I remember it ending in a way that was like, it's fine, but it is sort of going for another season if it could. I don't remember that many specific details about it, actually, now that I think of it. Man, I need to rewatch Flash Forward. Zan's brain. Bear with it. Hi? Hi. Oh, wait, are you really here? Explain where here is, then ask me again. Shit, sorry, I think you're in my dream. This happens sometimes. My foresight runs wild while I'm asleep. It can drag in other casters if they're dreaming too. Gonna need some clarity on runs wild. Well, okay, it runs combat drills. Combat's when I use it most, so that's what it knows. So we're about to fight a completely meaningless battle? Yeah, sorry, I hope you all just caught the license plate that we just saw there. Do you know what that means is behind this door? Do you know who's behind this door? Yeah, I know who it's gonna be. I can see the license plate. And the staff. Chippy says they loved it. They were so annoyed it was cancelled after one series. As I say, it was a really interesting concept. And I like it a lot. Yeah, sorry, I can kill you if you'd like. That'll probably wake you up. No, I'm good. I could use the practice, to be honest. I don't get shot at much in a typical private investigation. Yeah, they're not bad for building confidence. Alright, let's breach. Hey, look at him. Defenestrate 3 hostiles in 1 turn. Air canister. Causes 3 knockback to all adjacent targets if damaged. So if I just shoot this... That was brief. Bye, Steve! Yeah, there's usually a bit more to them than that. Want to do another? Hell yeah. Oh, there was a thing for this one. And look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have unlocked a costume. We have enough confidence to wear it. We can have them matching. Ooh. Okay, first up. Oh, I see. It isn't a case of you get 5 and it unlocks these. It is just a price. Well, in that case, we got to save up and we're going to get White Witch. Sheepy is distraught. How could you do that to Steve? How could you wear a new outfit after what happened to Steve? As Cass has just brought up, don't worry. It wasn't real. It's not a real Steve. It's a pale imitation. Zan doesn't quite recognize the strength of Steve, so Zan made him really weak. Zan's corridor, Zan backup, Witchstorm, Wackador. Play them all. Okay. I got 2 Zans. Well, obviously I need to breach. That I quite like. So, the issue here is... Wait, configure perks? Oh, I can swap on the fly? Ah, okay. take the shot takes you down. We'll get other Zan. Pop, pop, pop. Then we're going to boost you. And then you're going to pop, pop, pop. I'm thinking shoot that. Seal. Bop, bop, bop. I love how I'm just calling it bop, 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 not 3 bolt burst. Yeah, that can detonate, I don't care. I'm not in the splash zone anymore. Done. Next. Okay, I have 1 Zan. What's my task? Cause it to fire before the foresee fit. How the hell do I pull that off here? Oh, do I have a second Zan coming in? Is that the, is that what I have? Out you go. Okay. Good hits. And then because we have predictive bolt set up the way I have, I can just run over here. And we can predictive bolt. Okay, I have 3 Zan. I think we just run them down. I'll do 1. We can take one of them. You can't predictive bolt, that's okay. Okay. Run that way. Sort of kills your line of sight, that's fine. Just want to sort of push him back for the time being. Not the target I was hoping for. That's fine. This is the slowest way I could possibly do this, but it's the way we're going with. Can't predict the ball. Wait, I'm an idiot. Okay. Oh, this is a nice little room. Jen! Finished by the end of turn 1. Oh, okay. That's, well, breach. Okay. This is going to be a bit of a sliding puzzle. I just realized how much of an understatement that always is. Doing this in one turn. Chain bolts. Okay, that clears them out. But I only have the one action. Breach. Gale Grenade gives me... That works. Right? Because then what I can do is chain, bolt. Et voila. Sheepy says that Steve is dreamy, yes. I love how we all have a fan favorite of Steve. I actually feel... I want to see more of Steve the Warlock. I hope he sticks around. This is the last one, I believe. What do we got? Prevent 15 reinforcements in total. Defense rate 1 hostile by the end of turn 3. Oh, I see. Do I like this positioning? For now. It kind of feels like I should breach both on one side. Oh, I can't reposition. I was going to say 2, and then 2, and then 2, and then 2, and then 2. We have to seal 15 reinforcements. That's crazy. I feel like the defenestration is going to be easier over here than over here. So we just have to keep sort of Jen over here and then eventually just sort of like lightning bolt her way through this. They're going to alternate. Okay. We can go for a seal now. Let's get Zan in play. If I go here, that takes out you. You have to seal that door. I then need her to stand here, I think. Time boost Jen again. We got a predictive bolt to seal off of that. Because we can pop this and it doesn't matter what comes through, we'll wipe that area. Although we might not need to. And then for you, I have 3 actions. But I don't need them right now. Okay, they don't carry over between turns. So knowing that, now would have been a better time to do this, because we could lightning bolt push. And then I could just move and push. But either way we do this, I need to move. So run over to here. One. 2. That will do. If the grenade wasn't there, I would have sealed that door. Oh, defenestrate right there. 1, 2. And then seal that one. We're still fine. Run here. Seal. I have an idea. I need to push him into his own grenade. Perfect. Okay. You can't get over there in time. Oh, it's the last reinforcement. It doesn't really matter. We've hit our target. Would you look at that? Everyone's getting a bit more confidence. Everyone's loving themselves a little bit more. Really love to see. I like that. Realistic dream. Complete every level in a dream training mission. Rushwater Proving Ground. I think we'll leave the Proving Ground for now. It wants me to buy one of these, but I don't want to. We're matching! Move on. Banks is definitely close. My scry is popping off. You okay? You're sweating. Just out of practice. Okay, what are we looking at in there? Automated turrets. They're tough, but if you can get close, you can shut them down. Seems like a security oversight. Not a documented feature, you just hold the status button and tap reset 3 times. God bless military engineering. Sheepy says the neighbors either have some really bad gas or they've got the power tools out again. What if it's both? Let's see. Reduces knockback by this much. Okay. There's the reinforcement door. That one? Prevent 2 reinforcements in total, finished by the end of turn 3. Actually, changed my mind. I want Jen to go over there and do that. Because Zan can run over here, grab this. Take cover. Take cover. How do I do this by turn 3? It reduces knockback by 1, so that's not going to work. I see a way. I see a way. Okay. We have to shunt that turret out. Oh, this is gonna be spicy. Time boost. That time boost is going to be critical because I think we have to knock you back. Which then means I can get to here. If I take cover, there we go. Right, yep, I got the solution. Time boost. I wasn't sure if we could push a turret out, and then I was like, it has to be do it like that. So, 1, 2. And then we go again. Done. Cass says maybe it's done so it's not doable currently. It is. Sold! Very... it's a really good puzzle. I like it a lot. Clean. You're building up their confidence. I see a control terminal for this turret. If we can reach that, we can do better than turn it off. We can mess with the target recognition. If you get to a try L. Kennedy or Finador 77, you think Liv reprogrammed the turret? Or programmed the turret? No, but she always insisted on having admin level access to friendly security systems ever since Medill in 81. I'd ask, but we don't have that kind of time. But why do you know her passwords? I respected the hell out of her, but it was very clear she could kill me, and one day might. Seemed prudent. How do you know her passwords? It's not hard to spy undetected when you have to foresee doing it. That's actually a really good point. If you can predict what's about to happen, you can constantly stay out of detection. Imagine Metal Gear Solid if I was able to always foresee ahead of time. I actually probably would have played it competently. I still need to get around to Metal Gear Solid 5 at some point. I'm not sure when that's going to be. Attack the turret, move on. Let me try something I have an old trick I haven't tried in a while. Read the description of false prophet and use it to make the turret waste its shot. Send out a false premonition to yourself which expires at the end of the foresee phase. Enemies believe it's real but aren't forced to target it if they see a better option. Okay. Finish with everyone at full health. Finish by turn 2. Terminal's all the way over there. So that's a case of Jan run over there. Jen even. Oh, nope, that's the wrong way around. I can already tell that's the wrong way around. Grab that intel. False prophet. There. Then we do burst. Doesn't doesn't look like I can control the false prophet. I just sort of put it somewhere and then that's it. Yeah, can't control it. Otherwise I'd have it seal the door, and then that means we just have to do that. Hack the turret. Oh, we don't even have to seal the door, I can just hack the turret. I do have to seal the door. Jen's too far over. Can I restart the... I can restart the level. I can skip a level too. But yeah, we need to be... Jen to be one step closer, then this person goes that way, that person goes that way. Got it. Breach. Actually gonna have a bit closer. Yep, that's safe. Cool. Yes, they can both go do whatever they want to do now. Seal the door and predict. Hold up. If I hack the turret, does it change? Yes. These are getting really intricate. I like it a lot. Okay, looks like we may have multiple entry points. Zan, you're a pale man. Are you sure you're okay? I do feel rough, to be honest. Churning out suicidal time clones of yourself never feels great, but this is different. Something bite you? Mark on your neck? Does it look like the one on your arm? Should we abort? Not an option. Our ride already left. Well, Banks is a doctor. Breaking out to this dive should earn us a checkup, right? Oh, good point. Want to hang back? I can probably figure something out by myself here. No, I'm good to fight. Thanks, though. Okay, good, because I was absolutely bluffing. Could be a fucking tank in there for all we know. Think human-shaped, but you're not far off. Oh, I see. Reactor Heavy Gunner. Right, doesn't get knocked around as much. Shoot before the 4C phase. There's nowhere to redeploy to. One damage even in cover. Okay. Takes him quite nicely. One predictive shot will kill this guy. so we, I think, hit the terminal and then we sort of work from there. That's great. Damn. That's a really awkward position for it to be in. Restart the level. But I kind of need him to move. I guess I could false profit by here to make sure he can't move there. That might work better. No, because he can still move there, can't he? Jen can't move there. He has to breach. Except now he doesn't. Okay, fly back. Now we do it this way round. Breach. Shoot the guy at the end of the hole. Grab the intel. Jin moves in. False prophet. Time boost Jen. Get down here, predict fault that way. Here, hack the turret. Fire once, fire twice. Yeah, fully blocks everything we do there. So Zan needs to not lock in like that just yet. I think the ads are about to arrive, unfortunately. Once. Doesn't have the kick needed to be able to push it further. Okay. We don't worry about this, I don't think. She's got her 2 actions. Does some damage. Got it. Done. Ooh. Spicy. As I say, it's getting interesting with the level of like detail you're gonna get. Well, I mean, you can just retry, but that was Hey, when you started to feel sick, was it like a sort of red-hot locusts were nesting in your pancreas? I would have said hornets, but yeah. Okay, I think we've both been poisoned. Just hasn't hit me full on yet. Jen, I'm so sorry. I can barely walk. I might be done. No, you're gonna be fine. Just hang back and rest up. Bank cell is right there. I'm just gonna clear the room, bust her out, and she'll fix you up in no time. Simple. How do they get poisoned? I mean, they're probably going to be like, I think it was the sushi on the boat might have done us in, but you can never be too sure. You can never be too sure. Kaz think it's Liv. Oh, I also forgot to read a message from Sheepy. Sheepy says human-shaped tank, so a battle mech? Not all of them are human-shaped, but yeah, could be. Maybe it's, I was going to say an armored core. They're also not all necessarily humanoid-shaped. And I don't think I can say the same for Wanzas either. Maybe Liv poisoned us? I mean, they mentioned bite marks earlier. But... well, I guess we'll have to see. I also didn't realize we go to a desert place and I put desert camo onto our storm witch. That's a bit too... fitting. Cass says Gundams. I already know there's one that turns into a unicorn, despite the fact I've never watched any Gundam. So there's probably other non-humanoid Gundams as well, if there's one that turns into a unicorn. I don't know. Gundam's a series I can never really get into. Huge fan of Zone of the Enders, though. To the point where we did play through it, both games, on the highest difficulty I could do. I still need to do my European Extreme single segment, no continue, S rank. With no commentary. I don't know when I'm going to be able to pull that off, though. I am rusty. Right, ads are finished. Turns out, my wizards, my wizard and my witch have been poisoned. We're going to rock. Alright, what are we doing for this one? Zan is poisoned, his movement is restricted, he'll lose 1 health at the end of every turn. Got it. We got a big boy coming in. There's the end. Finished by the end of turn 4. It's turn 1. Predictive bolt to fire before the 4C phase. Okay. Zan isn't really doing much other than fire support. Got it. Didn't realize it'd be this restricted. Okay. Switch it around. Because I'm going to predict bolts down the lane. That does Zan's. Very nice. podcast. Gonna hazard a guess that the turret is going to kill the heavy gunner for me. I just need to be able to get to where I need to get to. Oh, well. Don't love that. How's that moving in? That's not damage? It moves first. Okay. Doesn't do the damage I thought it would. Give me a false profit. Nope, give me a time boost. Not what I was hoping for. Can't quite get him out the window. That's easy enough. That's just pop, 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 and we're done. But dealing with you is a nightmare because I don't have obvious reasons. Okay. What do I need? Apart from a miracle. Move live here. Grab that intel. Okay. Then he's in the way. Time boost. And we yeet you over there. Out of curiosity, if I do this, he's not actually moving, he's taking damage. So that whole setup doesn't even work. I was hoping to move him this way to hopefully get the barrel into him. But the only way I can push him is this way. I think the first part of this is wrong. Predictive bolt there. As far forward as I can get. We don't really have to worry about that guy just yet. I mean, I could also Gale Grenade on the next turn. False Prophet there. But yeah, if I don't knock that back, we have a little bit of an easier time over here. Take cover and take cover. GBS, did they miss Gundams while they're in the shower? No, I think Cass was trying to come up with like other humanoid robot things, but unfortunately, as in non-humanoid ones, and sorry, no, specifically only humanoid even. Let's get it right. And I mentioned that while I don't know a lot about Gundam, I do know there's one that's a unicorn. So out he comes. That works. You have to move there. Bop. Bop. That worked out pretty nicely. Needs to take cover. I need you to kill that guy. Actually, if I give you a time boost, can you kill Big Boy now? Yes. Turn 3. Zan's going down. I can just let the turret do its thing. Down goes Zan. And then you. We're done. Yep, it took a little bit of a restart there to be able to get it right. The turret being knocked out of position, I don't think they intended for that to sort of happen here. Because I did sort of break where he was. He wasn't able to just get barreled. Good puzzle. Please, I know you hate me. I know you won't save me. But please don't let Zan die. He's never crossed you. He's just trying to stop something terrible. Noke's bar that night. I used to be a surgeon at Rushwater General. I want to point out that, like, the whole point up to here, they've been mentioned, like, oh yeah, she just, like, walked in and shot the guy dead. And then we were like, oh, I wonder if... We even had a dialogue option of maybe it's a power move, you know, shoot the guy in the head and then cure them. That was good until I started to shake. I knew the symptoms. Strybeck syndrome. Degenerative, incurable, terminal. But I couldn't lose that job. I couldn't just wait to die. So I hid it. It worked for a while. It was good enough to compensate. When the kid came in, I honestly thought I might be his best shot. I was wrong. I knew it was a bad cut before I saw the blood, and I knew it couldn't be stopped. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. It was over in seconds. Cass is bringing up the idea of it being a power move again. Sheepy says they suppose killing someone is one way to stop them from dying from injuries. Yeah, I mean... cured the poison. It's not what killed him. The, revolver to the skull might have been the one that did that one. My brain was on fire. Every atom in me was screaming for an undo button on my life. Well, funny enough, I have someone in my group who can do that, but you just shot them. Then a pop, a rip, a snap, and it was undone. Cut. Not just the cut. The whole sternotomy. It means his chest wasn't open anymore, my cunts were sheared off. He sat up. Never heard a room full of attendants scream before. Best we could tell, the body had gone back about an hour. The anesthetic wasn't in his system, but a prep drug was. So it turns out I can rewind people. It was another month before I figured out they had to be dead first. Oh my god! So, if they're only unconscious... Are you a necromancer that works based on the idea of, like, I can revive the dead and reset them? Is that why you keep doming people with... Oh my fucking god, that's a really cool... I love this idea of a necromancer. There's always that recurring joke of like, oh, necromancers are just priests that are late. This is literally a priest that is late. And he goes, yeah, good enough, bang! And brings you back and you're in better health than you were before. I love it! So if they're only unconscious, I have to shoot them first, you understand? Yeah, I bet he does. If I'd waited for you to die, sending your body back an hour might not have been enough. The toxin could already be in there. Next time I want a regular doctor. Thought she was a regular doctor. There's a skull on her belt. A red flag, sure, but not a slam dunk for necromancer. Not a necromancer. You did just raise us both but the dead. That was today. Necromancers raise zombies. Do you feel like a zombie? I do feel incredibly bad, yes. Then I prescribe a brandy. 3? Are we just gonna pan out and Ma is here as well? When did you get back? She was a surgeon. Cute story, but try a shorter version for your next set of zombies. Have they got tacos? Infiltrate Reactor's Blacksite, complete. Extract Dessa Banks, complete. Get entire team fatally poisoned and shot in the head. Not in the plan, but yes, complete. I really love this game. Oh, good. We got more level ups. Lightning Strike for 2 damage. Refresh the move of any friendly target in the blast, or gain another use. +2 knockback if used at point blank. Refresh move after firing. That could be really good because of the amount of times where we can't quite do something because we can't move there in time. No limit on how many times Refreshing Jolt can trigger per turn. Are you serious? I can have a run all around the map. Right, what do we got here? Time Bomb. Boost all targets in a 1-tile radius. Wait, we got 3 down here for False Prophet. Prophet fires Seer's main attack at a nearby target before expiring. If the Prophet dies before it disappears, your mana is refunded. Prophet interacts with anything it can before expiring. Oh. Wait a minute. I see a combination already. As I get comfortable. Supportive fire. Once per turn, when a teammate uses their standard attack, take a free shot at that target. Prophet fires Seer's main attack at a nearby target before expiring. So my assumption is, if I have a Prophet, the Prophet will shoot, and then so will, I'm going to assume this here is supportive fire can happen multiple times. So the Prophet shoots, and then Zan can shoot. So if you do get the ability to fire multiple at once, you could have 2 Prophets, 3 Prophets, fire 3 times. If it dies before it disappears, the mana is refunded. It interacts with anything it can before expiring. I think False Prophet is going to be like the key to making Zan really powerful. I mean, validation over here is kind of nice. 1 mana, if you fire early, you could then have, like, do an early fire, get a free shot. I could stack that twice, maybe. But I think, yeah, I think we need to go for something. I'm going to go for the use before it, or interact before it disappears. Because then we can send the False Prophet to, like, I don't know, touch a terminal, and it will open it for me. We have new dreams! The Tower of Turrets. Oh god, I don't want to touch it just yet. Give me... let's move on. Let's get a bit more story. That's a very good hat. Wait, he... Oh, they've switched hats. You're a very good hat. Okay, we've exhausted the marketplace of ideas. I'm going to bed. Shibi says that was a neat twist. They'll drink to that. Oh, for the Necromancer? Yeah, I love seeing interesting ways to do Necromancy in different games. I'm not biased. Sheepy also says they have to head out, enjoy the rest of it. I'm really, really enjoying this. I hopefully we can go for a few more hours. This is great. I love it. It's just... Wow. I got something for you. Your dog tags. They're my vessel. Keep them with you and you'll get some of my brain. Eyes. Keta, hello! Welcome in. Give you a quick shout out. Back on that blueprints. Making much progress? Seeing many fish? Keta says they're building the street back up. Yeah, I can't seem to figure out why it is it removed the streak from you, because you were definitely there for the Guild Wars. You were definitely there for the...
Two skeletons fucking in a trash can.
You were definitely there for The Witcher, and then it suddenly decided you weren't allowed your streak anymore. Twitch is a small indie company that has many problems. And I don't think we've had any stealth at any point during this entire game. So, and also we now have a necromancer, so I guess we will find out about skeletons fucking in trash cans. Keta says they don't know, they streak too close to the sun. Well, now you know that you should probably go there in a giant spaceship. Did you not watch Sunshine? That's probably a really bad example, but... Your foresight? It won't be as clear as what I see, but it should be enough to save your ass now and then. Zan, I don't know what to say. No one's ever given me their vessel before. Well, you just saved my life for the second time in 2 days. Technically, it wasn't saved. It was ended, and you've just been revived. I was barely conscious in there, and somehow you carried it. Kind of fuzzy on it myself. But also, you trusted me on this thing from the jump. No one's had that kind of faith in me in a long time. I'm not going to be snarky about this. This is like a genuine, like, bonding thing, but I really like the answer of it's nice to have a geopolitical crisis as an excuse to reconnect. Of course, man. You've never let me down. Alright, that's my sincerity limit for tonight. Back to mocking your tactics tomorrow. Back to mocking your age if you can last that long. Beer. Noke's Bar, late morning. What's the name? Daryl? Daryl! Oh shit, he's left. I wonder if Daryl is like hidden in the scenes. I've got to meet my contact in Jalepa, pay him for the ride and see if he's got anything new. Want company? Nah, don't really spook him. You two see the sights. Well, speaking of people you haven't paid, broke you out of torture prison. And if you want to finish the job, you could get my gear back. I thought I did. You used it to reverse us? That's just my res bag. They also took my ghost skull Gary and my tibia of trauma transference. Once again, mentioning Dresden Files. There is a spirit of knowledge that lives inside of a skull that has a really, really overly elaborate name. And oh no, it doesn't have a name actually. It only has an overly elaborate name in the TV series. In the books, it doesn't have a name. It's never been named. Outside of the fact that Dresden calls it Bob. Hundreds upon thousands of years of all sorts of secret, dark, arcane knowledge that no one else really has. Basically the Wikipedia of mages. And Dresden calls it Bob. It's also very fucking horny. In the earlier books, the way that Bob is negotiated with to do anything is, say Dresden wants a potion, he'll go, "Hey Bob, I need a potion that will let me not get killed." And then Bob will go, "Let me go check out them co-eds in the college down the road." And then they'll bargain, and eventually it'll be, "Okay, Bob, I'm going to bring you a porno video." And Bob will go, "That's fine, but I wish I was in the shower with the co-eds." Bob's tendency to be a horny little spirit quickly tapers off in some of the later books. It's not completely gone. But for the most part, it's not so blatantly creepy. Kess says, okay, they love the Necromancer. I do too, with the fact that they have a Ghost Skull Gary and the Tibia of Trauma Transference, which I'm going to assume you just hit someone with it. The skull in your bag, that's not Ghost Skull Gary? Did the skull look like a Gary to you? I firmly believe anyone could be a Gary. Takes all kinds, I guess, but no, that's obviously Nigel. Two Gary and Nigel? Alright, time to hit the Reactor Blacksite Armoury wing. So how do these flasks work? Is it a Skeet Tears base or Hex Sap? They're just drugs. I throw drugs at people. And that works. Works on people who breathe. What do the drugs do? Loss of balance, drowsiness, some light hallucinations. I like pushing people around, it makes it a lot easier. I do! So you got nothing else right now? Just power of a life and death. I can open a portal to a void dimension. Let's dig into that. I don't know, I just point this cool-ass key at a wall and something opens. Push something into it, and they come back an hour later with a 1,000-yard stare and a newfound interest in investment banking. It's like a window you can put in a wall. Oh, now we're talking. Alright, let's do this. So now we can make our own defenestration sections. Which I'm going to hazard a guess. Use Death's Door to eliminate one hostile. I'm going to hazard a massive guess here. The play is to... push Big Boy into there. Revive a nearby body with full health and 1 mana. If used on a living ally, kill them first. Throw a flash that leaves everyone in a 1 tower radius sedated, lose 1 health per turn, and unsteady, +1 to incoming knockback. Both effects can be stacked. Okay. We're gonna go with... nope. We're gonna go with... actually grabbing the intel. That probably helps. And then I could just gold grenade... Gale grenade even. And he's gone. Beautiful. 1, 2... Oh. 1. Behind the wall, okay. That gets him out of the arena. Doesn't kill that guy though. Do we get to move again if we do that? Okay. One, 2. There we go. So I then need to... I'm gonna say we're gonna have Jen move this way. Because move here, gun, move, and might be able to seal that door. One, 2. Perfect. Godspeed. Beta turn confidence faster than the turn limit. Okay. Wait, so I did that a turn faster than the expected. Okay, what's behind this door is not good. Specifics? I don't know. These tags don't give me a clear picture like Zan has, but it feels kind of blammy. You should go first. Oh, real nice. Look, if you could raise the dead too, just shout and I'll waltz right in there. But if not, you're the only one who can safely die today. Don't like any part of that sentence. You're not a fan of necromancy? Oh, especially the part where you're right? Oh. Came around in the end. Oh, there's a mine. Let Jen get killed. And then finish by the end of turn 1. Oh, cannot cast spells while targeted. Okay, well, Jen, go get killed. Resurrect Jen. I'm not sure how I want to proceed with this map. Knock out all enemies, seal all reinforcement doors, there's one left. Use the laptop to open the security door. Got it. Waste of mana, we can just shoot the guy out the window. That, however, is not a waste of mana. Give me a cocktail. Use the laptop. Out the window. Yeah, that ability to move again after firing is really strong. Finish by the end of turn 2. And we did. Alright, we're here. I stashed my stuff in the next room on the way to the cells. So what are we looking for? Vessels or channels? I don't know what that means. I only know the word arcana from TV. No one taught you how to do this stuff? When you summon the living dead in an operating room, no one shows up with a free ride to wizard school. The cop show up with a free ride to a lab tank, and if you get out of that live, you go underground. Sorry, I didn't mean to patronize. I'm just impressed you can use vessels untrained. Explain vessel. The key used to open portals. If an item lets you do something different to your main craft, it's a vessel. Another caster carried it long enough that it picked up some of the craft. So your key... A dealer in a skull mask gave me that for resing her partner from a ketamine overdose. Okay, so she probably had a sideline in Eldritch Gateways. Then anything that improves your main craft is a channel. So your wand is a channel and your broom is a vessel. Oh my god. I mean, it's not brain surgery. No, I completely forgot about my broom. Oh my god, this is going to make things so much easier. This whole time. Broom breach. Jump through an adjacent window and re-enter the room from any other window as long as the space is clear. Okay. So I could just choose to... Oh no, I had to breach here. Death's Door. Sedative. In you go. So she needs to move here to broom breach over here. So then use the laptop. Because their own guy's gonna shoot him. Okay. So. Breach. Right? We have an energy here, but I don't know why. That's how we clear that part. Okay. Okay, we're cooking, we're cooking, we're cooking. That just leaves the heavy gunner. No, it doesn't, actually. I know what we must do. It has been divine that I must go over here. Go here. Gale grenade. Now we Gale grenade. Wait. Boom. Wait, what was Bank's thing? Use Death Door to eliminate one hostile. Okay. So now we know what we need to do. That means I need to now switch you two around so that you're in the doorway. Breach. Death's Door there. And then repeat. Except this time don't get in the way. So broom breach. Said. Laptop. Oh, that puts you one short? Unless I Gale grenade you... No, because I need to Gale grenade these two. if I revive... I was wondering if it would give an action point back so I could deal with him. But the answer is no. Unless before I do the lightning bolt, I already shift over to this side. Ah, there we go. Now he gets kicked out there. So it is Gale Grenade. Broom over to this side. Push, push, push. Seal that. Seal. Cass asks, can you use revive on an enemy to let them shoot on their pals? I think it's only ally. Let's just say revive a nearby body. Revived enemies consider everyone hostile as stunned for 1 turn and cost no mana to res. So we will eventually need to be able to res an enemy to solve a problem. Which is good to keep in mind. But yeah, we had a solution. It was just a case of being able to do all the confidence in 1 turn. We had to get him over here, and I was like, well, wait, we can go here, and then we push, zap, zap. But this is a case where if you didn't have 3 zap, you wouldn't be able to do it. So we are getting to the point where there's going to be some confidence we can't do because I won't have the talent I need for it. As in the perk. I myself am an amazingly talented individual. See? Efficient. Mission complete. Gold Skull Gary. Retrieved. The Tibia of Trauma Transference. Retrieved. Jen has remembered she has a broom. What fun skills do you get? Oh! If they're pushed into the tile in front of the portal, so basically it becomes the square as opposed to the wall. Or we can use it twice per encounter. +1 sedated to all targets, +1 unsteady to the middle target. All targets also take 1 damage on impact. Utility, but I kind of... Okay. I don't know if it's better to have 2 Death's Door or have it so that we don't need to hit them into a wall. Because, going to what I just said about perks, the alternate solution we could have had there if we had this perk there was we wouldn't have needed... What I did the first time would have worked. Basically, when we tried to run through and then we realized, oh, we were 1 square short, wouldn't have mattered. We still would have got through. So I'm thinking this one, but also being able to do 2 encounters means I can make 2 defenstration areas, and we can guarantee that the bolt will then always take out 2 people. As opposed to this one, which makes it easy to get 1. Ultimately, we're going to get both of them. What is... Intercept doesn't give me anything. That doesn't give me anything. We don't know what this is yet. I think... Kess says... Sucky Wall. I'm thinking going for 2 is probably the better one. Because that also means we have 2 easy ways to get rid of the big armored guys. Because this is very... Like, the Gale Grenade is nice. This, having more uses, I think is much better. Rather than on Gale Grenade. Where it's like, we don't really... If some pushable blocks the window, you can still breach, hitting for 3 knockback. Oh. Confirm. Alright, what are your outfits? Scalpel Sharp, Funeral Chic, Frontier Medicine. Oh, I like that. I like that one even more. Cult Phase? Med School? Oh, that's kind of cute. Death MD. Oh, you got the best ones. By a mile. I'm split between Cult Phase and Death MD. Again, this is like, well, those like kind of cutesy ones, but I like both of these. It feels a little bit too over the top, but I also like how it adds a glow to the crow. I think we're going to go for Cult Phase first. I mean, as nice as this is, and Frontier Medicine is a pretty good yeehaw cowboy sort of deal. I mean, these are just inverted colors, I think. Or just similar colors. This is pretty good. This is better. This is pretty good. He's way too vanilla with his. And then we want White Witch eventually. We have no new chats. Cal says, Dessa Banks, you fashionable bitch. She's pretty, like, stylish, isn't she? Nook Spa. That night. Banks, if you're ready to talk about it, did you ever learn why they took you? Liv wanted me to kill her. I'm sorry? 3 times since we reached Liboli. She'd disappear for a few hours, come back sweating and shaking, and order me to kill and res her. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. She seems sick. Elevated pulse, sweating, dilated pupils, dilated nostrils, tremors, but I'm a surgeon. Diagnosis isn't my field. Okay, that's not what we had. And after you've rewound her, calm, vital, picture of health. You didn't bitch about the whole thing like some people. Is she trying to stave off some disease she can't cure? Then why only 3 times? It would need to be every hour to keep her stable. Damn, it's tantalizing. I kind of wish we asked a different question there, because I think it's more a case of she's doing something very intense that's like wearing her down, so she has to be reset. I don't like unanswered questions. Really? I live for them. I know what poisoned you if it helps. Despite what I just said, yes please. It's a slow-acting poison the Druid Mafia use. Thistle Kiss. You had needle-thin puncture marks before I rezzed you. Liv just hired a Druid hitman. Oh shit. Cat! Okay, I have to say that's pretty smart. You don't have to say that. It's optional to say that. How do you kill the guy who sees everything coming? Don't let him know he's been hit until it's too late. Whose side are you even on? Yours, of course. But I'm freelance, so if she has a paid position... Well, you'll have to be fast. My contact says Liv's briefing her team tonight before they ship out. If we go in quick and quiet, we might learn what their next move before they make it. Thanks, we're square. But if you're up for this, we could certainly use our skills. Oh, I'm coming. After what they did to me... The next time I shoot Liv Kennedy in the head, she's staying in the fucking ground. Jeez, yes! Banks! Banks and Steve are now my favorite characters. Well, this is a reconnaissance mission. This is a reconnaissance mission, so we might need to clarify engagement objectives en route. Let's go. Blacksite Headquarters. The night of the briefing. Alright, suppression orders cast, no alarms in the room. If we take the room clean, they won't hear us coming. Want to show us what Ghost Skull Gary can do? Ultimately, that'll be Gary's decision, but I will set him up for success. Alright, what's Gary's deal? Fires a spectral skull named Gary, who damages enemies as he passes through them, bounce off walls once. Okay. Hit 3 enemies with a single spectral skull. So if I just saw like... Oh, you brilliant. I love you. You draw a line and everything. Oh, if it does pass through multiple times, it deals damage multiple times. Okay. I get to pixel hunt in this game too. Let's go. Right, finish by the end of turn 2. Have the team use 5 different abilities in one turn. Okay. Stuns enemy adjacent. You're going to be a case of I have to put you through a door. Okay, I have a few ideas of what we can do here. I need you to time boost her. I need you to sedative cocktail all the way back here. I need you then to chain bolt. Cool, that works. Can you death store? Not at that angle. I was hoping we'd be able to death store here. What if I run over to here? Aha! We got a death store. At this point, I'm just sort of like random bullshit going this. Not the kills I'd like. Ads unfortunately arrive at about... Oh, ads have already arrived. It wasn't even the countdown. We Gale Grenade. Okay, now we're cooking a bit. One. I think I'm gonna need a door all the way at the back. But I can't get one over there. Okay. I need to go for something like this. And then we need this angle for that door. Then it's bolts, bolts, and we got lethal. Then I need to gun, precise, grenade. I need to. Oh, I'm gonna use the skull. I need to hit 3. That hits 3. You wanna run that one by me again, Chief? There we go. Here. Sedative. We know how this bit rolls. Although, debatably, I also could just broom breach over this side and then just, like, do what I want to. But this, I think, works out better. 1, 2, kill. Gun that guy down. Grab that intel. Predict there. Then we gale grenade. Done on turn 1. I am ferocious. It took a little bit of doing, but we figured it out in the end. What's next? Officers. They're the only people who won't shoot us on sight, but only because it's policy to sound the alarm first. Tonight, that's worse. Any alarm goes straight to Liv. They evac early and we lose their trail. You think that's worse? You haven't seen the inside of a gunshot wound. Okay, sure. For us personally, life will go on. But we're trying to stop a war here. Get into the headspace, please. Takes the shortest path to the nearest alarm panel, which I'm going to assume is back there. Hit 3 enemies with a single spectral skull. Deal with the enemies by the end of turn. So it wants me to one-turn them this time. Okay. First up. Okay. I had a feeling I need to reposition her. Still not quite the angle I need. Put up a bite here. Good. One, two. Okay, that was actually a surprisingly easy turn 1. I didn't really have to do anything too archaic there. Okay, zone 3. Alright, we're here. If we can clear this room with no alarms, I can foresight into the briefing room and catch everything. Is it an easy one? Wouldn't want to go on record saying that. No. Might be some time for some trauma transference. I'm almost ready to ask, but I'm not. What is it? Let's move trauma around. I cast on you, and then I choose who takes the damage next time you get hit. Oh! Feel like there was something in the Hippocratic Oath about that. I shot you in the head to save your life yesterday. Hippocrates needs to get on my level. You gotta guess it's bounce the skull again. Transfer 4 damage at once. Well, that's gonna be point this at himself, isn't it? We got a terminal over here. We can access that pretty quick and pretty slick. But I need to get her to a window. That's gonna be the thing. Okay. So when you get shot, okay, the turret goes first. If I have you move there, that works. Cass says, what a quote. What, I shot you in the head and saved you? Hippocrates needs to get on my level? Welcome to the joys of necromancy. Okay, well, we're going to run back that way. Where do I have access for Death's Door here? There's a really obvious path I take here, which is a Death's Door here. And then I... Sedative. We run into the room. Run into the room there. Bolt 1, bolt 2. Bolt 3. Kill that guy. Okay. Bring it all the way back. Breach. Door. Cocktail. Boom. 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 Down he goes. I'm gonna grab the intel with you. We'll then go into predictive bolts. Oh no, hold on. False prophet. Oh, hold on. What am I doing? False prophet. Ah, I'm not close enough. What if we instead have Zan move here? swaps target for me. Okay, we can still kind of get what I want out of this. Go here. Profit. Pre-bot burst. Predictive bolt. There. So, takes damage from that, runs that way, gets killed by Zan. And then transference. The question then becomes, how the hell do we do the rest of this? See, that's one square too far away to be able to flip the turret. I'm not seeing a way to do this in 2 turns. Transfer damage is pretty easy. Finish by the end of turn 2. Like, I'm pretty sure we do need the lightning bolt. Gale Grenade's not going to cut it. And we need to flip the turret. The Prophet runs over there, flips the turret, which deals 2 to you. That gets me an extra 1 damage. Bolt Burst will get me the extra bit of 1 damage there. I'm thinking we shoot. Go predictive. Gale Grenade. We're not going to grab the intel, but we are going to do transference. Right. That then means I now need to just figure out how we close off the other two doors at the back. I don't know if I can use the ghost to seal. I'm hoping I can. I mean, worst case is we just redo the level. Fusha, hello! Welcome in, hope you've been well. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope everything's been okay. End the turn. Right. This is fine. Because you're gonna head here, room breach here. Although I probably should have checked ahead of time if... You can. Oh, I can false profit both of them? Right, because they do that and then... Ah, I see. Okay, okay, hold up. We don't need the broom breach then. I did not take into account that I could basically get free profits if I use them to seal doors. Sing 1, 2. And that's it. Also, if we had the thing where we get energy, mana, whatever it's called, when one of the profits die early, that would have given us another profit we could have used. I think I might be right in saying that profits are going to end up being game-breakingly good. Fusha says I'm making it look easy. You're just being nice. That just took me like, what, 7 minutes? That was nowhere near. Almost 12 minutes. Although we haven't failed to do a single confidence yet. So at least I got that going for me. Look! Steve! We love Steve. Hello, Steve. Steve's alive. He is. He's let Sheepy know next time we see Sheepy that Steve is indeed still alive. Alright, move wheels up for Karlan at 0200. I need everyone on the same page, the same sentence before we touch down. Put a foot wrong in Liboli, you pissed me off. Put a foot down wrong in Karlan, you'll never see the daylight again. So let's hear it. Rion. Stay K9, head to the vaults, sniff around for mana stockpiles. Good. Body. Straight to the safe house, lay low, don't set fire to anything important until I get the mana call. Don't set fire to anything until you get the call. Sure, of course, no major fires. Steve. I have a question about my role. Oh god. More of a comment, actually. I think I just have more to offer than my badge. I know you said it'll help our cover, but if I could be part of the vault team... what's this in the background? I'm not your HR manager, Steve. I don't need you to feel valued. I use people who don't need nannying, and if that's not you... No, that's me, absolutely. You can throw your pretend cars around when we get to Medill. Till then, you are just a badge. She doesn't appreciate Steve the way we do. She needs to learn. Oh, you've upset Steve. How could you? I still don't get why we're going to Karlan. It's going to be chaos with the riots. I'm not going to draw you a diagram. That's a wrap. We're H -5. Be at the helipad on the dot or you're staying in Liboli. I had no idea that you could jumpstart a car by stabbing it with your lightning knife. Reach the briefing is complete. Sound no alarms is complete. Learn Liv Kennedy's next move is complete. But understanding Liv Kennedy's next move, let's set ourselves achievable goals and build confidence from there. I'm very confident that I can take her down. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but we'll find a way. Okay, what are we going to get for Jen? We could do knockback through a window. Channeling through friendlies, including yourself, refunds the action cost, so I can basically lightning for free. That sounds pretty good. I mean, so does Gale Grenade at a +1, but given that we're now running into a bit of an action limit, having the choice to get it for free is pretty good. Validation. If the shot fires on your turn, gain +1 mana. Kinda want to go for Persistent Delusion. Validation I can see being useful because that means we could throw profits out for free, or if we get an early kill we can get another chain going, because we get the mana, we throw another time boost, we get another kill. Yeah, this is a good idea, but I have a funny feeling I probably want to go for this instead, because false profit seems to be pretty strong. Oh, while we're here, let's look at the Necromedic. +1 damage, big head, skull is wide to make it easy to hit more targets. Applies unsteady to all targets hit. If the protectee is an enemy or the victim is an ally, your use is refunded when the transfer happens. Why would I want to feed damage from an enemy to an ally? If the victim is an enemy, they gain 1 unsteady. Oh, because I could just pick 2 enemies and transfer the damage to a different enemy. That's... okay. But we're going to pick up Intercept next because Death's Door, I think, is her best ability at the moment, which that has some potential with it. This is getting messy. I'm going to group some of these together. Liv team. Boris, Kennedy, Steve Clark. We have a new one we can read in a moment. Got Dessa Banks. This has given away that I have another team member coming. Let's go in order of... yeah, okay, I have 2 other team members I get to unlock at some point. How nice. Let's learn about Rion. Never seen this guy before, but somehow he hit Zan and I with Thistlekiss darts unnoticed. Almost killed us both. So we need to talk about boundaries. My ma used to say, if you can't shoot something nice into someone's neck, don't shoot something at all. Fuchsia saying that minor to average fires only. I don't think Liv wants any fires, but you sort of bring a pyromaniac with you and you know what you're getting yourself into. It's not his fault if the kitchen just happens to ignite at a reasonable temperature. That's some good water. Okay, we have a new entry over here, but that's because she's working with us. I undo damage. Only works if you're dead. If you're not, I can get you there for an extra $6,000. How many people do you think are reading our secret map? Wait, you get paid $6,000? Sent you a new pick. Please update. Necromantic. Okay, we also then have Noke's Bar. Local brandies, discreet bartender. Found a nice out-of-the-way place to hole up between ops, and the bartender's already heard enough that there's no much point in lowering our voice now. Okay. Let's do this in order of priority. So Steve is the most important, followed by Liv. I don't really care about this guy, and then you got this. Okay, you were poisoned by Brion. Liv's sickness. Banks says Liv has to be killed and resurrected 3 times after disappearing for a few hours and returning sweating and shaking. What could be so serious and why does it keep happening? Cured by you. You're headed to... yeah. And obviously repeatedly suffered over there. Liv's goal in Kalan. We don't know... Liv's team is headed to Kalan next, but we don't know exactly where or remotely why. Oh, we have a new dream. Liboli Nights. Sure. I need 3 more confidence points on our local necromantic for me to be able to get the really nice outfit. Kinda wish you could rotate the thing. Oh, I just realized that's Gary. And then we're still I mean, I don't really know how high I'm going to stack the points for you. You're sort of just whatevered. Let's move on. Alright, if they're taking the chopper to Kalan, they'll be leaving from the southwest facility with a helipad. We still got no chance to get Liv, but if we get there early, we can catch some of a goon squad alone and whittle down their numbers. I thought you already beat the traffic guy back in Stonecliff. We didn't kill him. God, don't tell me one of those outfits that kills 100 henchmen, then suddenly grows a moral compass when it comes to the fuckers responsible. No, we didn't kill the henchmen either. No killing. Oh, so you're not hypocrites, you're just toothless all around. Damn right. Liv won't get there until the last minute. She's never early because nothing can make her late. The rest of them will rush because they're terrified of us. We won't be able to catch them at the hangar before she gets there. Then we better gear up. Blacksite Hangar. Shortly before dust off. Just to check, you are on board with the whole no killing thing, right, Banks? Now. I ask because you're the only one carrying an inherently lethal weapon. My gun? That's a medical instrument. I only use it for cranial interventions. I think the cranial interventions are what he's worried about. I don't fire in combat. I don't shoot. I never shoot anyone I can't be sure I'll have a chance to res. Okay, good. Unless I want them to die. I think that's all we're gonna get, Zan. Don't sound the alarm. 5 different abilities and finish on turn 1. So that's clearly going to be a case of you getting shunted into a portal. The question is how. You guys, I think, will figure out when we get there. Breach. I'm thinking... Put that by there. Breach. Put that by there. Send the skull. And then... Ta-da! Are we not done? All the enemies are done. Yep, the laptop is done. The alarm has not sounded. Aha, we are finished. Pusha asked, where did everybody go? Oh, well, the big guy and the guy with the alarm decided that they had to go and check their stove isn't lit. And these 2 guys over here, well, they're just tired. Cass says bingo? No, that's where Zan's Ma goes. We'd know about bingo day if that was the case. Efficient and clean. Okay, when we breach, I want you to keep in mind the room isn't as scary as it looks. What makes you say that? Blind optimism. The heavies? Won't lie, there are a lot of heavies. Hate them. Should be illegal to clip someone if they're in cover. It is illegal. They're trying to kill us. Not in Liboli. We're trespassing. There's basically nothing they can't do. That's why shady secret core like Reactor love it here. I thought it was mainly the tax breaks. The tax breaks don't hurt. Pop. This isn't bad at all. Cause 6 total extra knockback by making enemies unsteady. Finish by turn 4. Let a single teammate perform 3 actions in 1 turn. God damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Because I was going to use... Oh, there's heavy gunners by there too. Oh, I know what we need to do straight out of the gate. This. Door. Jen, get in here. Good. Then we can transfer and Zan. Great work. Great, 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 great work. Except I need him to pick up this. the 3 actions are going to be Jen, because I'm going to get her to shoot, shoot, shoot. Okay, this is the part where we get to shoot, 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 I guess. Oh, why didn't I... Restart. I didn't tell him to aim down that way just in case. Breach. Sedative. Door. I guess we could also broom breach. Oh, that could work, actually. Hold up, let's go for a broom breach instead, which means we need to do the transference to Jen. Oh. Whoops. I wanted to turn up here. Okay, the grenade is a little bit early. But I can get this sealed up pretty tight on really early in. So what we want to do is breach to here. I'm going to static blast that guy, because Jen can then move again. We're then going to do that. Sound's gonna come in. Time boost. Time boost. False profit. Once. She can't move again, that's okay. One, two, well. And then predictive bolt there. You would. Wrong way. Only 4 extra knockback was done. That's gonna be the annoying bit. Is doing gens, doing banks. But we do have a solution to the level, at the very least. Maybe we don't mess with you. Because I can deal with the guy over here pretty easy when he comes through. Yeah, I don't need to try and do this in like 2 turns. We have all the time in the world. Gale grenade, please. Then I want a broom to here. Very nice, very nice. Predictive bolt just in case. Okay, again, not too much of an issue. Let's get an ejector out the window. Okay, then she needs to broom back over here. Nope. Brooming over here is fine. Give me that door. One. There we go. Oh, I didn't do the... That's fine. Because Zan can run over this way. Wait, why can you move twice? Oh, no, that was... Never mind. Oops. That's what I hadn't done that time around. Let's remember to move Zan out the way and then foresee the action. There we go. A little bit earlier when I thought we were done because I forgot that we hadn't actually done the 1-2 over here. If we had the multi-move after multi-hit, as in I shoot, I move, I shoot, I move, the plan we had before would have worked, because then she would have been exposed and we could have then done banks a bit better. But hey, I'll take what I can get. I completely missed the number. I don't know how many more of these we have in this one. Oh, I don't like this. When I foresee breaching this room, they target with something and my vision just kind of stops there. Oh, it sounds like a neutralizer. Banks and I hit when we were getting your Arcana. Reactor of anti-magic tech? Don't love that. It can't stop you throwing stuff, at least. No one can stop you throwing stuff. There's a guy in Huang who can make your arms go limp, but only after eating a lot of celeriac, and he has to stare at the floor the whole time. I don't think we'll run into him. Hope not. Okay, so obviously you're the issue. Gonna hazard a guess that... Breach. Yeah, can't do anything other than time boost. Which is fine. Fusha says there's only 2 enemies, I outnumber them, it's so unfair. Yeah, especially when I'm going to do something like this. Ta-da! Right, now it just needs to be in a better position. Door. Oh, transfer 4 damage at once. Transfer 4 damage at once. Prevent 5 reinforcements, but also finish at the end of turn 1. How the hell are we going to pull that off? I would have to weaken him. So we can't use the door. Oh, that's just going to be 1, 2. Transfer that way. Cuts out that, finish by turn 1, and transfer the damage. Nope. I need to transfer to that one over there. Done. Again, we had a solution, but we wanted to get all of these all done in one go. So, man, the profits are so strong. They're way too strong. One more zone after this. Ooh, one more and then she gets a little costume. She gets the confidence to wear her best dress. My question about the celeriac guy. I think you probably want to be known as the limp arms guy. I don't think anyone wants to be known as the limp arms guy. My question is, how did he unlock? When would you ever desperately need to make someone's arms go limp? Maybe someone he didn't like was carrying something he wanted to break. Okay, well that's want. To unlock, you've got to need it. Maybe someone was carrying him away from his beloved celeriac. We don't know if he even likes celeriac. Maybe he hates it. Oh my god, now I'm sad about the limp arms guy. I was never not sad about the limp arms guy. Should we breach this door and stop World War V, or should we just stop and write a book about limp arms guy? Breach, I guess. Alright, what are my challenges here? Because I can see a few easy ways through this. Prevent 9 reinforcements and defenestrate 2 hostiles in one turn. Well, that's going to be really easy to do. Because the trick here is... time boost. Breach. Zan now runs all the way up. Yeah? You with me so far? Cool. Banks then steps out. Then you step out. And then, oh wow. Okay, maybe don't go cross over to that side. Maybe cross over to this side. That's a defenestration right there. Okay, big boy can come in. We have banks that can deal with him. Actually, shift to here. Broom breach to... here. But don't grab that intel. Fusha asks, why are the clones prophets? What are they prophesizing? It's predicting the future. So, because Zan can see 1 second into the future for seeing how anything pans out, he sends out the prophets, and like, to be fair, they're also called false prophet, so it's like, you know, it's false imitations of him, and he is a prophet. I think this is a good turn. You're gonna target there. That's absolutely okay by me. As long as we get another Death's Door here. Then we go pop. Then we can go profit that door. Profit that door. Profit that door. Shoot him. Sorry, lightning bolt him, shoot him. Fusha says they should be called false prophecies, not false prophets. If they're false copies of the prophet, then false prophet still works. Because they're not the prophet. They're false copies of the prophet. Steve! 30 minutes already, body? Someone's anxious to impress the boss. She says H-5. I don't know what this means. It means 5 hours out. Did you think it was minutes? You're early also. That's not... I just had some packing to do. You'll pack things from this hangar? Yes. I was low on spanners. Oh, it's boss fight time. Alright, the clones are in the roost. Jen, you get caught by Boris fire. Anything we can do? Magical fire can burn on anything, but it's not a fuel source. It takes focus to keep it going. The mana stockpiles and Rushwater seem to burn fine without him. Then I guess that's a fuel source, but people are just sacks of blood. It's hard to keep a fire going on that. So if he goes down, we stop burning. Best guess. Or I could just res you. Oh right, we also have a necromancer. Necromantic. What about the traffic guy? He summons ghost cars. He's honestly not much of a problem. Bring it on, Callan! Shit. Really good at hearing though. I forgot about that. Okay. Knock the traffic warlock into a death's door. Use a resurrect on a teammate, living or dead, who has no mana left. Have the team use 9 different abilities in one turn. Are you serious? And you've got a... You got a neutralizer too. Okay. So I can already see how we're gonna take the Warlock out of commission. Let's start experimenting. Doesn't take damage from anything, any firearm or fire base, 4 gas masks, immune to sedative, unsteady and other inhaled effects, and so they lose this much health. Well, that's fine. Sedative. I just realized there's a turret by there. Ads arrive at about 55 seconds. I need to switch this around at the start. Right? Need to get you into the room. Okay. Oh, what I do, I could time boost anyway. Yeah. Move into the room. Grab that intel. Shift this. Said. Door. Oh, come on. I love him. I love him so much. Okay, we can Gale Grenade out you. False Prophet. We give you a time boost. You are then going to... Broom. Here. Seal that door. We need one more point? Well. Can I resurrect? No, I can't. Fortunately. Predictive Bolt is not going to be able to use it. The only action I can do left is... we do a transference. So we do a transference. That's a Death's Door. There we go. That's 9 abilities. Zan. Is too far away, but we can shoot them later. The less lethal Pyromancer's fire doesn't hurt at first, but you'll lose 1 health every time you do anything. It extinguish if you knock him out or if you're resurrected. Yeah, that's fine by me. Okay. Can you still move? Yes. Apparently I can do whatever I want to you. Oh, I couldn't have death stored him. Because he's not going to move from that spot, is he? Okay. Unknown, hello, welcome in. Give you a quick shout out. We are currently trying to deal with the less lethal pyromancer. Okay, now he's really going to shift it. Oh, can I... We gotta scale this back real far, but can I put a... I can't put a death store there. I need to get somewhere where I can push him. Oh, that's gonna be the rough bit, is that he's not gonna move. He's got knockback resistance. So we have to set him first. Can't go that way. Let's see. It's not like I can really do much with her. Because that just gives an action point. Oh, hold up. Yeah, there is, actually. Well, we've won. Shame that we couldn't push him into the portal. I kind of would like to death store him, but... since we've won... Okay. We need that death store back. I need to figure where I can put this. Can I get him over to here? Jen's gonna have to move to like here. Okay. Resurrect. We already know what this loop over here is. Let's grab that intel, seal that door so we have nothing to worry about. Time boost. Sedative again. Why were you being moved before? I see. Has to be a direct hit. Ta-da! Cass says that Hostie's late. Yeah, it is pretty late for Unknown to turn up. Unknown says, hey, what's this game then? They got kicked out the house by the grandparents. What did you do? Did you steal from the cookies? The little cookie jar? But yeah, this is a turn-based strategy puzzle game where different wizards do different things. And you have to chain them all together to defeat enemies, either by kicking them out of windows or knocking them unconscious by just dealing enough damage to them. Or, with the necromantic, opening an eldritch portal that abducts them for 1 hour, and then they come back. And suddenly, I think it was that they suddenly want to work in investment banking. But this specifically here was a boss fight, and hence doing these tasks. The Traffic Warlock is currently a fan favorite in the chat because Steve is just... Steve is great. Yeah, this was actually a really, really solid turn. But I have a feeling if this is the end of Act 2, we might be ending the stream soon. Oh, and everyone has costumes. That's why we're doing the confidence thing. Steve! He made it out of the portal! We defeated Bonnie Kesh, the less lethal pyromancer, defeated Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock, again. Secure them. Oh yeah, we're going to wait, Liv's got him already, apparently. You should have killed him. What? No, who's writing this? That was probably written by a lovely necromantic. Hehehe. Okay. No one leveled up? No level up? What a shame. Oh, you leveled up. I can't read, apparently. I said the next thing we'd be getting for Death's Door would be the... into the tile, it would be good enough. So, we're gonna go with that one. I think after that, we might go for... either overreaction... or dizzying. But it's probably going to be overreaction. But outfit time. It's just a phase. A cult phase. I don't really... I don't like any of these. I kind of like his default desert thing. that he has going on. And then we're 3 confidence away from getting White Witch, but I think we get confidence inside the Dreams. So, we could go do some Dreams eventually. Mission-wise, that's not the end? Or is it saying it's not the end because... Oh, one more. There's one more. Noke's bar again. So they're heading to Kalan? That's going to be a problem. Why? There's no legal way in or out. We have no contracts there. And have you seen the news lately? The capital's on lockdown with the riots. Law's a suggestion. Chaos is cover. Cass says it's a game about wizards to do tactical breachings and so much more. Like Steve, the traffic warlock. Unknown says, nah, time with, for getting kicked out because of the cookie jar. Time with the missus and giving her time to babysit. But they ain't complaining. Nice little relaxed day. Do you know what other game you could introduce them to that would help babysit the whole family? Allows so many people to play together. That leaves Liv's team exposed. This will be the first time they're cut off from their military support. Sounds like they have at least a safe house. Foreigners just vanishing, Kalan. Shouldn't we hang back and let them run that risk? I can't. I'll understand if you don't want to risk it, Jen, but this trail, Liv's team, the war it leads to, it's the only thing I've been sure of in years. I've been in a bad place, watching the world burn from a couch, paralyzed, seeing every problem I'd caused by trying to be part of a solution. Can't go back to that knowing I had a chance to act. Alright, I get it. It was like the idea of throwing caution to the wind to make a difference, but now that we're here, I feel like I'm 96% caution by body weight. But I can get there. Banks? I was never out. Oh, okay, what's the plan? Ask me again at breakfast. Jen's brain that night. Oh, we're ending on this. Okay. Whoa, this is new. Hi, I'm new here. I'm here too now. Why am I dreaming about talking to myself? Oh god, am I self-obsessed? Well, you're now dreaming about talking to yourself about yourself, so that hasn't helped. Given we're both criticizing you, I think this might be coming from a place of insecurity? Everything we've done since the age of 4 came from a place of insecurity. Want to narrow it down? Not until we clear the rooms. Ugh, because the cops represent my self-censorship or some shit? No, it's just kind of uncomfortable having a long personal conversation in a doorway. Oh, let's do it. What? We're in an anxiety dream! Many people can relate. These dig into one character's story rather than progress the main plot. If you're not into that, you can skip the dialogue and not miss any main plot details. If you want a shorter, snappier campaign, you can skip these missions entirely from the menu. You won't miss out on any XP. You can also jump back and play them later from the missions. What sort of a person would I be to let Jen sit here paralyzed with her fear? I think it's kind of obvious what the solution here is going to be, which is... let's go. Reach. Hi. Broom breach over to here, please. Oh, she's flat out dead. Solve that problem. Defenestrate 3 hostiles in 1 turn. That means he needs to let the big guy get in. Huh. Not necessarily. Do that for the movement. That's okay. I thought that would have kicked out someone by now. So I was hoping that would start to kick someone out this turn, so that then we could just go pop this guy back a square. Then this gen could lightning bolt, throw them out the window. This gen could lightning bolt and then, or just grenade. Kaz says they'll only get active in the same room. This means it's on a timer. I think it means it comes active next turn. Which, that doesn't help anyone. Wait, I don't need you to be over here anymore. Okay, apparently that doesn't quite work. Still taking the 1 damage off of that. Let's see. Yeah, you might be right on that one for it. It doesn't activate unless it's... Skip that. That means I need to use this gen to hop in there and hop back, which is annoying. Okay. And it's a neutralizer? There has to be a Gale Grenade then. And then we know you have to go this way, breach here, hit the door. Leave that like that. cover, take cover. I mean, yeah, you'll take a bit more damage, but thankfully you don't go flying out the window. Right. This is the part where you move. Except I'm now out of broom, and I need to be able to shut that door. No, I don't. I just have to get to the green zone. Fuck. One. Two. And then that doesn't get them out. That gets you out. Oh. That. Not enough of an angle. So we do need to be closer for this to work. That happens because he gets hit by the shot. Okay, thankfully Broom Breach still works. Throws you out. I can get 2, I just can't get 3. Yes, I can. Get out the way. Got there eventually. I was could have lightning bolted Jen, and then we could have just shot and gone in. Yeah, that's a bit more efficient. Let's do that. Let's maybe not stand in the doorway. 1 of 4. Okay. But we are efficient. I'm always insecure. You never made me dream about talking to a clone before. What's different tonight? You tell me. Wait, are you doing our therapist? This isn't about me. Oh my god, I'm never telling Robin my dream self roleplayed him. Yeah, best to hide any abnormal thoughts from your therapist so he'll like you more. That's probably the play there. Alright, you're dying to tell me. Why tonight? It's finally sunk in that you're never going home. Built an identity for yourself there. As a PI. Clung to it. Now you're wanted in the DSR and an illegal alien anywhere else. Hard to see how you're ever going to get another license to go snooping in people's affairs. I could do it off the book. How would people find you? Word of mouth. Whose mouths? There'd be mouths. I'd find mouths. I want to stop saying the word mouths. Maybe I could make cheese? Illegal cheese. Yes. That's your plan. Yes. I wouldn't say that being the PI was my identity. Last time Daryl brought in a mouse, you opened a case file. You wear your license when you go for coffee. And Banks is the first person you met in a year without telling them you're a PI, only because she was in the middle of murdering someone at the time. Even then, you gave her a business card on the ferry, I remember. Let's just get on with this. Alright, what's the dealio here? Defenestrate 100% of the hostiles you take out. Well, that can't be sealed. Alright. There's probably a right way and a wrong way to do this, and I probably need my grenade. Oh, I can't seal any of them. Changes things a bit. One, 2, 3. Oh, this one's just going to be a giant pain in the ass, isn't it? Do I have enough brain power to try and solve this right here, right now? You're pretty easy. I just shoot you out the door. Out the window, even. Or I shoot you from the door. I think then we move into the middle. Out there. Question, if I shoot you this way, do you leave? No. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm kind of just moving around at this point. A lot of thinking, but I'm not getting a lot of solutions. It's like a really weird game of chess, and I'm really bad at it. Oh, what am I doing? Hold up. We can go here, we can take out another one here, and that lets me move. Alright, that was pretty good. Brilliant move. I got an achievement for that too, throw myself out the window. If I had the Sonic Blast upgrade... point blank, then we could just blow him out the window right here, right now. Instead, we gotta do this. Right, now we're down to 4. Yeah, there's a little bit of an awkward split. I was kind of hoping for something slightly different. Okay, that means none of them can get to me. There we go. This is kind of what I want. Pop him. Okay. You have a grenade. Tight, but we did it. You're panicking because you don't feel like a PI anymore and you need that identity to feel valid. Oh, we're just gonna get right into it. There's a hole in your heart where your self-worth would be, and your job is just the latest ill-fitting thing you've tried to stuff in there to keep yourself functioning. Can you be Robin again, please? I like my insights with a little more compassion and a little less accuracy. I can't give you that. I'm the only person you have no compassion for. And Steve Clark. And Steve Clark. Come on, I'm asking you for compassion right now. And I don't know how to give it. All I can do is fixate on all the ways you're lacking. Pretty fucked up. Hey, imagine if you treated anyone else this way, except Steve Clark. No, yeah, I got the lesson. I'm just taking my time failing to internalize it. Can we do something less stressful, like beat up angry strangers to stop them sounding a nameless alarm in my mind? Sure, I don't see any unhealthy symbolism in that. Oh my god. Knock out all the enemies. Well, I think the goal here is to get into here. Surely. Question is, how? I need to abuse the extra movement of the static. That's how. Yeah, that protects me from that. In theory... In theory, I have time to get this, grab that intel. I could grab that intel as well, but I'm not going to get greedy. And then we broom over to here. Actually, it should maybe have broomed over to the other one for better line of sight. Fine by me. The next thing I gotta do is shoot. Grenade. Okay, he's gonna get to an alarm. Okay, grenade first then. Doesn't help either. That does. Then we do it again. And we win. Finished by the end of turn 3. Damn it. Okay, so we know what we're doing for this level. We just need to do it clean. Through. Not much we can do about turn 1. Completely missed that there were things in here I could have shot to move back out. Especially since this is going to push me. Love you. It's not going to help. Yeah, we're gonna have to shoot this because I can't get it to push me back. We're gonna be like there, and it's gonna push me here. I'm pretty sure. Keep the gale grenade. Doesn't help me. Knock him back. Give me the action point back. I need him to have taken damage. And then the turret finishes him off. There we go. Ooh. I can see the solutions eventually. We just need to get there. Okay, so you think I shouldn't be clinging to my job to fill the hole where my self-worth should be? I mean, I do hear it now, but like, do you have a better idea for something I can shove in there? Because I've tried leaving it empty and it does not pan out. Does it count for anything? You're a fucking storm witch? Not really. Don't feel special on a team like this. For what it's worth, in an early beta, 87% of testers said you were their favorite wizard to play as. That's a really interesting detail. I like that. Are the fucking stage directions talking to you now? We've buffed the other characters since then, but you're also their favorite character as a person. That sounds like it would be validating if I could process it, but I'm not in the best place to shatter my concept of reality right now. Thanks, though. Don't you think everyone deserves to feel loved, valued, and worthwhile? Except Steve Clark. Oh, absolutely. Except Steve Clark. So you should too, right? Sure, I'd like to. But it's like telling me, don't you deserve to make 80k a year? Maybe. But for some reason it ain't happening. You're a nice person. Try to help people. I do. Does it make you feel worthwhile? Actually kinda does for like 20 to 40 minutes. It's a nice feeling. But there's something kind of leak in my ego and the validation drains out faster than I can cram more in. Alright, that's all I got. What? Those were all the reasons I could think of that might be worthwhile. You shot them down really well. I thought you were breaking me down so I'd be receptive to the hard to swallow but ultimately character developing solution. No. There's a little bout of introspection. Has left me in a great place. You think your confidence is low? I'm in a Jen Kellen self-doubt dream and I just found out I'm not even the main Jen Kellen. That is rough, sorry. Look, this might sound radical, but I might be you can't entirely solve your lifelong emotional damage by talking to yourself in a fucked up combat dream. Ugh. We could do some fucked up dream combat though, right? We absolutely could. Alright, what's the goal for this one? Leave? Make a Steve hit another Steve with ghost traffic. Ah, there. Let's see. So the way I see it, this is gonna be funny. I need to at least move you into the room. To then go bolt, bolt, bolt. And then out the window you go. Yeah, no matter how I try to pan this, I can't get to that window. Okay. Bye! Gonna have to go with it. Okay, I've got another Steve coming in there, and then I've got a shield guy over by here. I think, as dangerous as it is, I just have to wait until the Steves, like, you know, overly populate the whole place. Okay, I need this Steve to get knocked. It feels like a bit of a waste. Okay. Steve hit Steve. Good work. And here's another one. Thankfully, we do have the mobility to sort of survive this. It's now just a question of pushing Steve around. Okay. Let's not get hemmed into a corner. Slow. Definitely slow, but steady. Ooh. In theory, we can now kill both Steves on the next turn. Oh, do both gens need to be down here? All, yeah, okay. Maybe try reading the mission objective, Marwol. That would have helped a lot. Unique perk acquired. Who needs therapy? What Jen's anxiety dream lacked in actionable mental health takeaways it made up for in the number of people she could have shock Electro with a single chain shock.